And we're live. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us tonight. We have a very special episode tonight. I think it's going to be the most based one yet. My name is Bays, and I am here. Wait, why is this playing? Hold on. Oh, I didn't realize I had the. Did you guys hear that or no?
Nah, I didn't hear it.
Sorry, I got cut off by my own YouTube. Apparently, I had the link on and it started streaming. Anyway, like I was saying, we're gonna have the most based episode yet. My name is Bays, and I am here with J the Yapper. Jay, what is good?
What's good, man? It's been a long time coming for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was looking forward to doing this one with you, and I've been enjoying your show too. I've been in that chat a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I've been watching yours as well. Yo, my community put me on with your content, and they said, man, I think you got to go check out Bays. Cool guy. They've been saying it for months. And that, I saw some stuff, and that's when I was like, oh, no, they got some dope content. I've been watching. I hit you right before this about one of the episodes that you did, one of the streams. You were like sweating, and I was like, dude, I love his passion. I don't know if he's sweating because it's hot, or if he's passionate about what he's talking about. Regardless, I love it. I love it. And it's definitely, I love the vibes, bro. I love the vibes. So I knew I had to get into contact with you. I was like, bro, we got to chop it up. Your community, my community been talking about each other. So why not?
Yes. The sweat was real. The passion was real. But no, that was because my central air was off, and it was like, oh my, I can't even. You guys have no idea the hell that I went through that week. So I have. Oh, congratulations, by the way. You have a little yapster on the way yourself, right?
Yeah, any day. So I mean,
any day. Wow, big congratulations
right here,
guys. Hit him with the supers. Guy's about to have a baby. Let's go. So anyway,
I appreciate y'all.
My daughter's 13 months. And she was in the hospital. She had a bad abscess. So we brought her to the ER to get it drained. And then the next day it like came back. So we had to bring her to like the hospital. And my dad, who had a pretty bad stroke not that long ago, like just came out of the blue, showed up the same day, and my central air broke. So it's like it's 100 degrees in the house. Daughter's in the hospital. My dad, who can't really be alone, is alone in the house, sweating his balls off. And this was all leading into the preliminary hearing. So by the time we got to Monday and the baby's home and everything, I still had my dad, still had no AC. We're doing these long streams. Shout out to Trigger Smart and Nate. They had me on 2 days last week. And both of those streams were like 9 hours. And the whole week, like I say all the time that it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. But last week specifically really was a marathon. It was insane. That's why if you notice, my whole setup's a little different. It doesn't even look like I'm really looking at the camera. That was because I still haven't gotten my central air fixed. They came yesterday, tried to get it fixed, still not working. So I picked up an AC. And I had to like rearrange everything because my desk was covering the window. So I'm like, it's crazy.
Man, well, shout out to you, bro, for pushing through that. I'm sorry that you going through that. I know that definitely was not a great feeling to go through and seeing. You said your daughter?
Yeah.
So seeing baby girl in that condition, I know that sucked. And then I saw, I think, most days that I think that you was on there for the prelim. Like I was watching, so I had no idea that you was actively going through something while going, like, being that long. So shout out to you, man. That's a tough one.
Yeah, it's tough. My girl really had to hold it down last week. So she was the real hero last week. Let me tell you. Where are you at with this case? Where are you at with this preliminary hearing?
Man, me and you are similar. We're definitely like-minded. That's why I rock with you for sure. Cause I'm like, bro, everything he says, I so far I've agreed with. I think me and you talked about a little bit about the theory of one of the theories that I was like, I could kind of see it maybe, but majority of stuff I'm like, I agree with you on most things. And with the preliminary hearing, one thing that I was expecting was the overwhelming, evidence that they were advertising and advocating for 10 months that it was on the way. And it seemed like this whole, PSYOP thing that's going on, it seems like that's like happening every single day, because now when the prelim happened, we were hit with like a reverse psychology thing. And now it was them telling us that, oh no, we need to wait for the trial because more evidence will be revealed then. Why would they show everything at the prelim? And I'm like, hold on, y'all told us for 10 months that the prelim was going to be when we saw all of this new evidence. And they did introduce new evidence, and it was not overwhelming at all. So it just seems like every time something happens, they have like this operation that's prepared, the backup plan that if it fails, this is what we're going to do. We're just going to lie, say things a million times to make it seem like it's true, but it's not. But the prelim was to me, I don't know. And they embarrassed themselves as far as exposing Tyler Robinson is the actual patsy. I think any doubt in mind that I had throughout this whole 10 months of did Tyler Robinson actually do it? That prelim confirmed to me that he in fact did not do it at all, especially when Lance Twiggs got up there and almost didn't even know Tyler Robinson. You know what I mean? And so that's where I'm at as far as the case in general. Tyler Robinson is clearly a patsy. Lance Twiggs, I think, is more involved in this case than Tyler Robinson. I think he would be more likely the person that's in the actual suspect than Tyler Robinson if I had to choose between the two. And I don't think he's going to make it to trial. I think that operation they had last Friday of the whole 4K video and them pushing that propaganda, even though everybody know it was a lie, everybody know that they was, Jack Posobiec, I'm pretty sure, realized that he was being community noted on every platform he went on saying that, but he still insisted on telling that same lie. I think that was for a reason. I think that, it was a reason that they didn't show us, even though I know the judge said there was no point in showing us, but I think all of that was for a reason. And I think that Tyler Robinson is going to play into this psyop where Tyler Robinson is going to feel so overwhelmed that his face was in 4K, even though it wasn't. His face was in 4K all over the courtroom, and it made Erika cry, made all these people cry. And, oh man, I just can't take it anymore. I'm so overwhelmed. I don't want to go to trial, and something's going to happen to him. I don't think we'll never see that 4K video. Because one, it doesn't exist. Two, the
4K video's already been debunked. It's not that it was a 4K video. It was the same video that we'd already seen, but it was a little zoomed in. And I believe that certain parts were circled to like point things out more so that it would have more emphasis. Here's my take though. See, now the expectation, if they didn't try to sell it so much and they didn't try to say, hey, we have mountains of evidence, all this overwhelming evidence, and we have this, we have that. If they didn't do that and they would have just played it cool, like, listen, you guys don't think he did it? Just wait. And they were quiet about it. I think that people would be looking at this a lot different and be like, damn, maybe he did do it. Right. But they oversold it so much. Like they had him. And the one thing that they really oversold was the motive, saying that he was a leftist, that he was in a relationship with this guy Lance, who's a gay trans furry, and that he hated Charlie Kirk, and that it was over gay rights. And then, like, when you see in Lance's testimony, it's like they didn't even really talk about politics. Like the guy's saying that they never talked about Charlie Kirk, that he didn't care about politics at all. Now, mind you, the other side could argue and say that this isn't Lance just flat out throwing Tyler under the bus, that he's trying the best he can to cover Tyler's ass. Right. But it just doesn't add up. None of the evidence and none of what Lance said aligned with their messaging, which means that they were at the very least really exaggerating. So it's discrediting themselves and it's making everything look even more shady. Now, to go as far to say that Tyler Robinson was a total patsy, I think that he was involved to some degree. He was definitely involved. I don't think that he was just completely set up. This idea that he was never even there. Although I've been saying, like, you got to show me like definitive evidence. Like I got to see a picture of the guy's face on the scene, because it's just not there. But I do think that he was involved to some degree. Yeah,
I agree with you on that. I don't think he was, because I know some people say that he should be completely exonerated, and I think he should, as far as the person that pulled the trigger, because they can't prove that. But as far as like, you know, some people are saying like free him. I wouldn't say all that. I think he do need to go to jail because he had some type of involvement in that day. He was playing his role to some type of conspiracy. But as far as full blown free Tyler Robinson, he didn't do it. He had nothing to do with it. He's this innocent kid that got himself in some whatever. I don't know about that. I think he knew what he was getting himself into. I just don't think that he knew he was gonna be the person that took the blame and as the complete fall guy, solo dolo by himself. I think that's where he kind of probably was like, oh, this is getting real. And
well, that's where the narrative is really falling apart. First, you have Lance Twiggs' testimony, which eliminates the motive. He says that it definitely looks like him. He didn't say that that's definitely him. He didn't say, "Oh, that's him." He's like, "Yeah, it definitely looks like him." But then when he's going by the description, it's like, "Yeah, he wears hats. He wears sunglasses. He wears jeans. I never seen that hat before, but he wears hats." It's like, "Oh, but is it him? Yeah, it looks like him. Yeah, it definitely looks like him there on the bottom."
That's your boyfriend.
And you don't see how many people. That I have questions about too, because I haven't seen it.
I don't think they were
roommates. They didn't know each other for that long. This guy sounds like I sound more feminine than this guy. He's not a gay transferee. Like I expected something a little bit different.
I expected something. He could give me a voice, something,
a little sass in that voice. You know what I mean? He's up there like a straight up Southern like you sound like he had chewing tobacco in his mouth. Like we played party games. That looks like him. It's like, yo, like what are we doing here?
Right.
Like it's just it's crazy. But then now, because when the preliminary hearing first came out, people were pointing all these different things out. And it's like the car. It's like, oh, look at the spoilers. Tyler's car had 2 spoilers. This one has 4. And then I pushed it. Everybody's pushing it. It's like, and then all of a sudden you're seeing other people come out that know more about videos. And they're like, well, listen, like the way that camera's set up, the angle's a little wide. Things are getting distorted. Like it might look like 2 spoilers on each side, but it's really 1. Now we need to see more evidence of that. Like I say all the time, like you have to keep an open mind, and things aren't always going to be what they seem. I mean, that's the whole reason why so many of us watch this kind of content and think the way that we do, because over the years you see cases like JFK, Martin Luther King Jr., other bigger events that I'm going to try not to say because I'm on the stream with you. I don't want to, say anything that's going to get flagged. But we see these events time and time again, and we get these narratives, and then it's not till years later that the truth starts coming out, and other factors that should have been added to the equation from day one start coming out, and then you realize, like, oh, they were full of shit. So now it's not that we all have this like, predetermined theory in our head that like, yeah, it was definitely this group or it was definitely that group. It's like, no, they definitely lie. They definitely lie. They withhold information. They don't tell us the truth for one reason or another. And we all kind of felt that way early on. And then, people from TPUSA started getting caught in lies. Like Erika said a lot of like really suspicious things that got debunked. So the more we saw that, it's like, okay, we don't believe these people, and the fact that it all happened right while they're trying to not release the Big E files. It's like there's a lot of reasons not to believe these people. And then like they're just hyping it up so much. He confessed to the mom, he confessed to the boyfriend. They got all this evidence. It's like, okay, well, now we're finding out that the DNA evidence, it's there, but it's a little subjective. It's there seems to be a little bit of bias in that DNA evidence. Then you're saying when they're selling the whole 30-06, it's like, oh, well, they could have been frangible rounds. It could have been old rounds. Yeah. It's like, no. They're standard out of the box. Like,
yes.
Now that one's out the window,
Yep. Now they had too many things they got debunked in that prelim. Like I think everybody was pretty much I think the prosecution team, Erika, TPUSA, everybody was really banking on Lance Twiggs to come out and snitch on his boyfriend. We end up finding out that we don't even know if they was in a relationship. He's talking about, he was just a roommate, but nobody else can verify their relationship outside of Lance Twiggs. And even when he's talking about them, they don't really sound like they knew each other intimately. You know what I mean? Like if you turned your wife around, it don't matter, your significant other around, you can identify them if they were backwards, sideways, got a hat on. It don't matter. I have 6 pictures of him, and he saw all 6 before he went to say about Tyler Robinson's wardrobe, and that definitely looks like him. He already saw all 6, and then he still said, I can't 100%, confirm that's him because of camera quality, blah, blah, blah. And then he said what you just said in the last 2 pictures. But you would be able to identify somebody that you was in an intimate relationship with easily.
If the best you could do is say, yeah, he wears hats and jeans, you've got a big problem. Now, One of the things that I have the biggest problem with is right off the bat, they were saying lone shooter. He acted alone. And early on, even people that weren't big conspiracy theorists, it's like, well, are you sure? Like, how do you know the boyfriend wasn't involved? If the motive is because Charlie Kirk was anti-gay or anti-trans, don't you think that maybe the leftist gay trans furry could have been behind this in some kind of way and manipulated Tyler or been involved or something? And right off the bat, they're like, no, he's cooperating. He's cooperating the whole time. Like, no, we know it's not him. It's like, well, how do you know? And how do you know that he acted alone? Like, it seemed like you would have needed somebody with a high level of training and knowledge to be able to pull this off. And the fact that he got out of Dodge and didn't get caught and then turned himself in, it's like, are you sure he acted alone? And then when you watch this testimony and you see him on camera answering these questions, it's like, yo, you're gonna say that you guys did this interview and these were the answers that you were getting from him, and you didn't think like, yeah, this guy's definitely involved. Like he knows what. We got to bring him in. We got to go a little deeper. We got to see who else is involved in this. No, you sat through that. You listened to what he had to say, and you're like, yeah.
That's
Lance is innocent. Yeah, we got the right guy.
Come on, the guy wakes up at 1 p.m. on a Wednesday. He wakes up at 1 p.m. and nobody's interested in why he was that tired. What time did you go to sleep the night before? They didn't want to ask any questions about Lance to figure out about him more. Like, let's learn about you more. It ain't got to be nothing
that he
suspicious.
Used to play shooting games with Tyler, and they kept it moving. Think about it. The second he says, yeah, we used to play, like he's saying that Tyler with all of his friends, they're playing Magic the Gathering, they're playing D&D, they're playing this, they're playing that. Well, what kind of games did you play with them? Well, we used to play some shooting games. Oh, cool. Next question. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Like you guys used to play shooting games? Like, why don't we talk about that for a minute? What type of shooting games? How long were you playing? Were you playing shooting games before you met Tyler? Like, what's your history with this? Like, just totally like, all right.
They didn't care.
No, let's talk about
anything about Lance. They just did not care. They glazed over the fact that he was like, yeah, I showed Tyler where the Dremel was, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, why do you have a Dremel? So it was your Dremel.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, it's now they say that they had like this cabinet, they had this section where they shared their tools, and Tyler saying, hey, do we have a Dremel? And Lance is like, yeah, let me get it for you. You're like, no questions about that. That's not suspicious at all. That's not suspicious at all.
He's like, yeah, I told him to, don't set off the bullet. Be careful. So you've been watching him engrave bullets. You gave him a warning.
It's like, how do you know, Lance? Did you ever set off a bullet with a Dremel? Like,
it's great. That's why it's so obvious that like, I don't know. I can't believe, like you said, they went through that whole one. I don't even know why they called that an interview. It should have been an interrogation, but they went through all of that. And not one time did they ask any further questions after he said something suspicious. Like I said, the whole 1 p.m. thing, how convenient that you woke up after Charlie Kirk got shot. Okay, you said that you didn't talk to Tyler all day until 11, but we saw the text. You actually talked to him at 4 p.m., but you lied about that. But we're gonna just let that go.
And they didn't. So you lied about when he went to bed. They didn't even ask him when he went to bed.
Exactly.
Think about it. He said that Tyler had work at 5 a.m., so he left at this time. Like, he didn't ask when Lance went to bed. So okay, Lance, you were up all night. What was Tyler doing? What time did Tyler go to bed? What time did he wake up?
Exactly.
You know what?
All they said was,
if you guys are a couple, how come you seem to be on opposite sleep schedules? Like none of it. Exactly. And then we're all crazy conspiracy theorists for saying, hey, like there's some kind of bullshit going on here.
Bro, Buddy literally said, nah, he never talked about Charlie Kirk. I'm like, dude, oh, he never talked about politics. He talked about Trump every now and then, but it wasn't nothing crazy. I'm like, that's y'all's whole case is Lance Twiggs is coming in and snitching on his boyfriend. And now we're leaving here figuring out that Lance is the true suspect. You know what I mean? Like, and then my biggest question too is from the prosecution team. I try to have an open mind every single day. That's the same. I preach the similar same values to what you preach for your community. But my question is from the prosecution side, TPUSA, Erika, why haven't they requested or demanded answers on why Lance Twiggs has immunity? Like, why isn't that something that they're filing motions for? That's nah, lift this immunity, bro. Like, you're weird. You know what I mean? They don't care.
How could Erika think about it? Erika sat there. All right. Erika Kirk sat there in court listening to that testimony. And all she thought about was playing the zoomed in version of the same shitty footage to put it on Tyler. She was standing up. Listen, I had sources that were in that courtroom every single day that week and doing an investigation at UVU and checking everything out. I was in touch with people all week long, and they said that Erika got up at one point with her mascara running, even though all these last 10 months, you can't see a single tear on her. And it's like, oh, well, she's wearing makeup to make sure that it doesn't run. She's wearing the waterproof makeup. It's like, okay, well, she put aside the waterproof makeup. She left a sealed package of tissues under her seat. And she stood up there just grilling the judge, just with the mascara running, tears, like causing a scene, which was clearly a manipulation tactic.
She just stared at the judge?
Just staring at the judge because she wanted them to show that footage of the one that they said was 4K.
Wow.
But think about it. This is after they sit through the Lance Twiggs testimony where you see that whole thing. And that's what the emphasis is. That's what the story is. That's what they want to blast out to the masses. It's not, hey, maybe Lance Twiggs was involved. Like, listen, I'm not afraid to make a mistake. I just want the truth. And I will say, I've said this whole time, I've been very objective that, there is a chance that it was done with the 30-06. I've said that the stars have to absolutely align because people say like, oh, bullets do weird things. It's like, yeah, they do weird things, but it's not magic. It's physics. Like there's usually like a reasoning behind this. And when you have somebody getting shot in the soft tissue of the neck with a 30-06, like there's got to be a reason that it doesn't blow through. You know what I mean? But the whole idea that they sat there and they watched that testimony and that their focus and emphasis was on the zoomed in version of that video and that they're going to lie and say that it was 4K and that they see Tyler do it, it just makes the whole thing look like a setup. It makes the whole thing look like a conspiracy.
Yeah. And that's why I think, that was part of it. I don't know if they had that in their back pocket since Monday, but everybody coming out with that misinformation with Jack Posobiec and all of their, warriors and minions that go to the internet and do what they do. I think it was for a reason. You know what I mean? Like, I think I've told, my community this plenty of times, Tyler Robinson is where he wants to be. I don't think that he's this person that's like begging to get out. He's never spoke. I don't know if you've heard him speak before. I haven't heard him say words before. I heard Lance Twiggs for the first time, but I've never heard Tyler Robinson say anything before. And I think that is part of whatever operation that he was in, whatever role he played. I think he's where he wants to be. So, like, I think that this is going to be the turning point, ironically, no pun intended. But as far as him all of a sudden fearing for whatever, embarrassment. Oh, my face was plastered everywhere. This whole BS story with the 4K thing. His face is everywhere. And now all of a sudden he can't make it to trial. Because if they make it to trial, they're going to have to show us this fake video. Right. We already saw it. We know that. But I'm saying Turning Point USA is going to have to show us the 4K video that they've been preaching. And once that comes out, all of them will have to end up coming out and apologizing for lying. They won't. But I've been telling my community that, like, all the people, how we all know and kind of have confirmation on this thing never coming to the justice that we want, at least, and it will just fizzle out eventually, or at least they'll want us to forget about Charlie Kirk, is the fact that so many people involved are saying the same things. The higher ups, like Donald Trump, has already placed guilt on Tyler Robinson. You think Donald Trump really finna come out and apologize if Tyler Robinson is let go or found not guilty? Donald Trump Jr. was in the courtroom last week. People think that was for For what? He was there for a reason. Like him and Erika, sure, they're buddies. But
you know that Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., that he is part owner of Salem Media, that is the distributor of the Charlie Kirk show. and Salem Media has the chief strategic officer who used to work on Trump's campaign, Bradley Parscale, that he was a registered foreign agent for Israel. That they did that. He had to register with FARA 2 weeks after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. It actually came out on the news. I mean, this has been talked about for a while.
I've heard about the Salem media and the
but now Israel, this week, it's coming out that Israel is complaining about all the money that they paid to Bradley Parscale because he was supposed to like boost the way that Israel looked to the American people, and that it's not working well. They do not feel like they got their money's worth.
They didn't, because I don't think any of us are going for it. And I think that's why I say I just don't see all of these people are going to eventually have to come out in our perfect world. They're all going to have to come out and apologize. Your Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, now Megyn Kelly.
It's never going to happen. They're going to double down. They're going to gaslight the shit out of us. They're going to push this through. This is going to be a show trial. They're going to find Tyler Robinson guilty, and then they're going to come out and attack our freedom of speech and say that we almost got him off, and now they got to start cracking down on social media and YouTube to make sure that this doesn't ever almost happen again.
Yeah, we know
that's what's going to happen.
We know that's
going to happen.
I told, like, that's been my same stance. He either ain't gonna make it a trial, he's gonna plead guilty, and they're gonna all come out and say he had his day in court, he was found guilty, and here y'all are still peddling conspiracy theories, whatever the case is. And that's just what it is. It's not going to land in our favor where we get to see JD Vance, Trump, Don Jr., all of these people come out and say, dang, we apologize. And you know what? Candace Owens was right. That ain't happening. You know what I mean? Like, we know that's not happening, but fortunately we all, you know, I guess our mental capacity and we all can kind of like prepare ourselves. We already know what's coming, so it won't take us, it won't like hit us as much as these people who have sold out having to come out and apologize and all this other stuff. They won't do that, but I think that's something that
never gonna happen. Listen, you can have 4K image of I'm not even gonna say any names. I don't want to get us in trouble. But you can have 4K, a 4K image of somebody else taking the shot or pushing a button or doing something else that totally shows that Tyler Robinson is innocent, and they're still gonna gaslight the shit out of us. They're never gonna apologize. Like, that's never gonna happen.
No,
it's never gonna happen.
And
they're never gonna come clean. That's why I say this whole thing feels like a psyop. And it's a good psyop. It's working because all the people that are talking about and covering the Charlie Kirk case and the Tyler Robinson trial, you know, they're not talking about those Big E files. They're not talking as much about the war with Iran. There's a lot of other things that they're not really talking about. You know, they're talking about this.
Yep, Charlie
Kirk, and they're lining it up to kick us all in the dick and discredit us. And listen, and again, I'm definitely not ruling out that Tyler Robinson was involved. I'm not going to say that he was just a straight up unwilling patsy.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But at the same time, to say that you guys knew from day one that he was a lone shooter, that he acted alone, that he had no help, that he did this because he hated Charlie Kirk, and that he was this gay, transferry loving maniac leftist that was like just ready to throw it all away and cancel the hunting trip he was planning for 3 or 4 months to go and throw his life away and pop Charlie. It's like, listen, I need a little more. More. Yeah, this testimony from Lance, it does not look good. I don't think it helps the prosecution. I think it helps the defense. The way that they did the DNA, it's like they said that they could have ran it 10 different times, got 10 different results. It's like, okay, so you ran it the way that it would make Tyler look the most guilty. Right. You know what I mean? Like let's call it what it is. All right. The gun is not the bullet, the fragments, whatever, does not match the gun, and it does not rule out the gun either. But it also doesn't rule out 30 other guns. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like I'm not seeing anything that definitive, like the only actual physical evidence that was found on the scene that could connect to any shooting or potential shooting. No, not even the screwdriver. I'm talking about the bullet. The 223 that was found on a different roof that the lead investigator said came from law enforcement that they never talked about before, and they're going to make it a point to try to never talk about again.
And then he said that was like something that the officers do where they clear the chamber for whatever odd reason.
Ridiculous.
Who is just clearing the chamber? That's crazy.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
I'm the same way. When I really listened to the prelim, I was listening to you, Trigger, Jesse, y'all, who else was on there? Valhalla, I think, was on there too.
Yeah, and
like, I was listening to y'all like
with me, Mr. Lecco.
I was listening the whole week, and then, I was just listening to all the things that was presented in court, and I'm like, bro, I really have an open mind. If you really want Tyler Robinson to be the guy, then convince me. I know y'all not gonna show y'all whole hand right now, but just show me something. Okay, you got all of these footages and pictures and videos of Tyler Robinson on campus. Well, we already know that they said the person on top of the roof was in all black. So if you're gonna show me the video of Tyler Robinson pulling up for the last time in blue jeans, then you're gonna have to show me where he gets into all black when he gets to the roof. Then on top of that, you don't have a footage of him actually getting to the roof. Then you have to show me with the rifle itself on top of the roof. Like, it's so many different things for me to be like, you know what? Okay, I can kind of see, him on the roof with the rifle. But if you have somebody on the stand that's saying, no, I can't definitively say that I saw a rifle, it just looked like a long object. Okay, well, you don't have a video of the shooting either. Okay, well, you don't have the all black fit of Tyler Robinson that he was walking on campus. You have him in a maroon t-shirt and shorts. You have him in a black long sleeve and blue jeans. And we all know that this person was in all black on the roof. So it's just not enough, bro. I try my best.
But we don't know that a person in all black was on the roof. We know that somebody said all black, and it could have been mistaken. We don't know how close they were to the roof, because the further away that they are, and this is what I mean about trying to be objective. I'm not trying to just like lean on any data point.
Did you see that video? Did you see that video before you explain?
Which video?
That's the only reason I'm saying all black. That video of that guy that I think Candace actually replayed it again today. But that one guy that filmed that, you can literally see the person on the roof, like in a prone position. That person was like, oh yeah, they were in all black 100%. So that's the only reason I'm saying all black, because this person, he said he filmed the figure running across the roof, and that's when he was like, this person looks weird, let me record it. And he has like the only footage of, you can clearly see somebody on the roof like pointing something, and that person was like, he was definitely in all black. So that's why I say that, unless you got something else.
And no. I was just saying that, like, definitively, like, we don't have it on camera. It's just somebody's word that somebody said all black. I didn't know how close they were, that it was filmed. Oh my God, can you imagine? Can you imagine if someone had 4K image of somebody in all black and tactical gear on the roof? I hope. Oh my God, if that footage exists, I hope the defense is sitting on it. Just day one.
I'm gonna pull up this video. That's the closest we got. I think he said it was 100 or something yards, but he zoomed in.
But while you're looking, you know what else I want people to take into consideration? The fact that Tyler Robinson did not have any training. And when you look at the timeline of how much time that he had to climb, like, think about how much his heart is pumping. If he's about to do this, he's about to take somebody's life. He's apparently limping around with a weapon, and he's climbing onto a roof with a weapon, and he's going to lay down, get into position, and he's got one shot, and he's got about 30 seconds to take it, and he's going to hit the bullseye, and then he's going to jump off of the roof and just disappear in the woods. You know what I mean? It's like, listen, I want the prosecution to get 10 different people that have whatever level of training that they believe Tyler Robinson had, and have them do that reenactment. Get me 10 people. The prosecution, not the defense, the prosecution. I want them to pick out 10 people. Get 12. Make it like a jury. Get 12 people that you think could do what Tyler Robinson did. Get one of those dummies there. We're not talking about the 30-06. We're not going to say, oh, well, it took the dummy's head off. He hit it. No. Get me 10 or 12 people to climb up on that roof, limp over there with the gun in their pants, climb in that roof, get in the prone position, take the shot, and hop off the roof and run away. And let's see how many of them can hit that shot and get away.
That's why you had your debate or open discussion, whatever you want to call it, with Gary. You made a valid point that I said on X as well. I'm like, Gary, instead of you being the debunking conspiracies guy, let's make your profession useful here. You have all of these weapons behind you on the wall. How about you? And you said it too. You was like, Gary, why don't you go out and test, a couple 130-06 bullets and show us your work? Like, you're so confident. First off, you first said it was impossible a long time ago, but now all of a sudden you're sold and it's definitely a 30-06. Well, why don't you go out to the woods like Jesse on Fire did? And you get all day. You got all day. Shoot 1,000 30-06s and just fire, and then show us your findings. Let's see out of 1,000 bullets what gets stuck.
I doubled down with that, with telling him that when the stream ended, because we talked a little bit after the stream, and I told him, I'm like, if you're willing to do this, if you engrave the bullets, come up with whatever anomalies that you can to make it so like set it up as accurately as possible,
right,
to recreate the whole thing. I go, you, me, and Jordan Henshaw go down there and do it together, and I'll document it, and I'll have Jordan Henshaw, because he's like really good with testing. Like, he's been testing the squib theory, like saying that the whole thing was staged and Charlie was alive. I'm like, if you, me, and Jordan meet up somewhere and do this, I will document it, we'll make the video, and I will be objective. If you could show me in person that this is how it can be done, I will put my name on it too, if you could convince me, and if you could convince Jordan.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why he didn't do that. Like, I don't know why anybody's telling him to do it. He should have been the first person in the field educating everybody, like his name is, and telling us.
Well, he knows that even under those circumstances, that the probability of it not creating an exit wound is very, very low. I don't think that Gary is going to want to set up this whole big thing and have different people with cameras and documenting it, and then all of a sudden it goes through. It's like, all right, we'll try again, Gary. Oh, this one went through, this one. And then you're like 15 in, and it's like, oh, this one didn't go through. Good job. Yeah. Okay, don't worry. We only got 85 more. Yeah, you know what I mean? Because it's you can do it 1,000 times. It's not going to go through that many. Like, even if you could somehow perfectly replicate the scenario.
So why is he? I mean, I guess we kind of already know why, but he's so confident and convincing everybody else that you're a fool.
He could be a true believer. He could be a true believer. And you know what? And people get mad at me when I say this, but because Gary's been really going at it with everybody on X. Like he is like, and it's funny too, because I didn't even realize, because I just started getting more into X recently, and I don't like follow everybody. Like, I'm not like really in the loop, up to speed. So my whole thing with Gary started because I started trashing him. He trashed Elizabeth Lane. Elizabeth was friends with Danks. And then I kind of stirred the pot a little bit and got Elizabeth on our Saturday stream to talk some shit, because Gary was talking shit a couple hours before. And then I started looking into Gary, and I found some reasons to make me want to attack, and I made a couple videos. So then once it started going into a back and forth on X, and he called me out, we had a conversation, and like, we agreed that we'd keep it respectful. No blitz, no bullshit, no surprises, and just stick to the facts. You tell your side, I'll tell mine. Where we feel like we could really debate and we want to debate, we will. And if not, we just keep things moving. Like, it was just about getting things on the record, his position and mine. I wasn't going to try to sit there and argue every single point. And we kept it pretty friendly. And I got to give him credit for that he kept his word. He was respectful with me, and I enjoyed that stream. I did. And then I start following him on X. And all of a sudden, I see how he's like talking about people that I'm either friends with or look up to and like. And I'm like, I ended up calling him. I'm like, yo, like, why are you doing it this way? Like, why are you going so hard, straight trashing these people? Like, why don't you just stick to the facts? Like, if like, just tell your truth. Like if you believe that things are a certain way, just focus on that, and people will see it. I'm like, because if you're just like saying this one's a scumbag, this one's a liar, this one's a that, like, you're just going to isolate yourself from so many people, and they're not even going to want to hear you, because right away, they're just going to see the way that you're talking about people that they like, and they're going to think everything that comes out of your mouth is bullshit. And he disagreed with my position. He said, no, fuck that, fuck them. I'm like, all right,
I mean, Gary, I'm definitely, I'll never be I'll never look at Gary as a guy that I could be cordial with at all, just because I don't know. It's just a blatant lies, bro. I don't like liars, and I know the only ever back and forth me and Gary ever had was over the fake babies, the picture of I wouldn't say fake kids. Clearly, they were real kids. They were somebody else's kids though. That Erika, Andrew Covett sent to Gary, and that whole thing. So that was really the only time because like
Gary, you gotta tell me more. Fake,
I mean, it was
babies.
Yeah. The Fort Huachuca situation where Erika, Andrew Covett sent Gary a picture of kids and was like, "Look, here is Erika's alibi for September 8th."
Oh my God! If I ever saw that I had a text or a DM and it was Andrew Covett and I opened it and saw kids, I would be I'd be shitting my pants. I'd be like, weird. What am I getting set up for here?
But Gary was having a show and Andrew Covett sent him a text message and Gary was reading the text messages live on the show. And he ended up showing it on the screen. I don't know if it's still up or what, but it was already out there. And he was like, "Look, here's Erika's alibi for the Fort Huachuca thing. Here's where her whereabouts, whatever." And he shows the picture, and it's literally a picture of some kids. And her son at the time was around between 17 and 19 months. And the boy in the picture was a boy and girl sitting beside each other. The boy was easily 5-6 years old. And the girl was around probably the same age. So you gotta
send me those. I don't want to play them on stream. I do have a collection of different pictures that I've seen that are allegedly their children.
Yeah.
That there are some inconsistencies there that I've noticed. I was thinking about covering it and talking about it more, but I decided not to because I always believe that kids should be off limits.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
unless I have like definitive, like something that really could make or break the case, I'm not going to touch it. I'm not going to get kids involved. And also, you got to remember too, anybody at that level, anybody who believes that their life might actually be in danger because of their job and they're in the public, it is very plausible to believe that if they were going to do some photo op with their kids, that they wouldn't want to show their real kids. That's another reason why I don't bring it up.
Why would he send that? So he sent it to, and this is public again. This ain't nothing that hasn't been aired yet. I've already said it plenty of times on X, on YouTube. Candace talked about it in one episode. So like nothing that I'm saying is brand new. But Gary is the one that showed us the screenshot of the picture and said, "Here's Erika's kids." Andrew Covett says right here, "Here's Erika with her kids about to go for a walk," or something like that. It's in the T. Shows us the screenshot. And then Gary says, "See, everybody, Erika was with her kids on September 9th. Case closed. That's her alibi." So that's when myself and a lot of other people started looking at that screenshot. And I was like, hold on, I got, one boy and another boy about to be here. My boy is 3, a big 3-year-old too. He's on the 85th plus percentile of height. The boy that he showed that Andrew Covett sent Gary was literally about 6 years old, 6 or 7 years old. But they've been
it's like Marlon Wayans and what was it, Little Man?
That's a Little Man. He was huge. Erika, you could see her fingers. She was covering their faces, but they were huge. So I was on this since like December. I'm like, yo, what's up with this? These are not her kids, blah, blah. Then that's when 2 months ago, Gary said something. I think it might have been either the son's birthday or it was Father's Day. It was something. And that's when I ended up tagging Gary. And I was like, oh, is the boy 5 years old yet? Or is he like, I was just making a joke. I wasn't thinking nothing of it. And then, so when I said that, Gary was like, well, that's because the boy in the picture is not her son. Problem solved. And so that's when I was like, so this whole time, like now you're trying to sit here and say
they were trolling the trolls, Jay.
Yes, that's their that's their thing, clearly. And so that's what he ended up coming out and saying. Oh yeah, that wasn't her kid. It was just they were just having a play date in the morning. And then that's when Candace ended up covering it. She used like my tweet and stuff, and she was like, yeah, I can confirm that that picture that Andrew Covett, and this was, like I said, this happened originally back in December. Candace finally touched on it like sometime last month. And she was like, yeah, I can confirm that in this picture right here, that boy, not hers, and that girl is more than likely not hers either. It's a little bit closer, but the boy is 100% not hers. The girl don't think it's hers either. So that's what I'm saying. When Gary is doing stuff like that, and it's like, bro, you humiliated yourself, and you're losing credibility. Anybody that trusted you with information at all, you're losing it every single day that goes by.
Let me ask you, why do you think that you couldn't have a cordial debate with him on these things?
Why can't I?
Yeah.
I don't think I have enough patience. I had patience for Lisa. It was because Lisa.
If you got patience for Lisa, you could definitely handle Gary.
I know, but I don't think I can do it again. I had patience for Lisa in that one night.
Lisa's pretty. She's pretty rough.
I realize, and I wouldn't do it again.
Gary had me cracking up at one point because we're going back and forth, and we're like keeping it respectful, and and then he said something that really made me laugh because I was like talking about like, oh, could it be some hidden tech like that Charlie was killed by that we don't know? He's like, yeah, what do you think it was? An invisible laser from a Jewish moon base? And dude, I was like, I was not ready for that from him.
He just like I said, that Lisa interview open conversation was a one-time thing because I didn't even really know who she was for real, and it ended up like whatever. It was crazy, but I had patience because that was my first time. Now understanding who she is, I would never do it again. Understanding who Gary is, I would just because I'm like, when I hit you with things that genuinely don't make sense, don't gaslight me. Like, that's the thing that would just piss me off. Like, don't gaslight me. It's strange. I'm not telling you that you have to like validate my feelings about it, on why I feel so strange about it. But don't gaslight me. And when I'm bringing up something that is very strange behavior, and you're like, totally normal. I don't see the problem with that.
Yeah, but you realize at that point he gives you that answer. You just keep it moving. You just keep no. I'm serious. You just keep it moving. You get his position on the record, and that's it. Next topic. Because eventually, because one for him to write off one strange anomaly is one thing. And if you could sit there and spend an hour going back and forth about it, or you could spend that hour, naming the other 19 anomalies and get his position on all of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you can't take it like personal. You can't make it you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like I said, I took a lot of shots at Gary. I made multiple videos. I totally dragged this guy. And then when it came to him hosting, because he was hosting that stream, he had his producer in the background. Like I was kind of like on enemy territory. He could have handled that different ways. He could have pulled up videos. He could like there was a lot of different shitty things that he could have done. Yeah. And he didn't, and listen, like I said, I always keep it objective, and I call balls and strikes. Even when people don't like it. And as far as like his positions go, like, yes, there is definitely some reason to believe that there may be some sort of conflict of interest somewhere. But at the same time, I go to a family barbecue, I go to a holiday, and I've got relatives of mine that believe the same bullshit that he does. Yeah. So it'd be disingenuous for me to just, unless you got some kind of actual evidence or ties, which some people do believe are there, and there is some level of evidence and like level of contacts that he has with Andrew Colvett and others. But my point is, as far as like his theory goes and what he believes, like I know people in my personal life that believe the same thing. And I think that they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I think, like I get in some pretty heated debates sometimes at the barbecues, but it's not like it's totally out of left field that Gary's saying things that I've never heard before.
Yeah. We'll see. I can't promise you that.
Why, Jay? You don't have any friends or relatives that are still on the Trump train?
I'm pretty isolated. I'm gonna say
pretty isolated.
So yeah, but yeah, back in the day at the round table, yeah. But I think I figured out pretty soon. Anybody that was way over there on opinions, I was like, yeah, bro, we just wouldn't be cool. And that could just be my personality. I am open to conversation. That's why I was open to talking with Lisa, even though I didn't really know what she was about. Because I am for that. But as I was going through the conversation, I was genuinely like, this is getting nowhere, because I'm bringing up stuff that you just completely disregard and not even consider. And Gary could be different. Like I said, I'll see.
I feel like Gary would be a lot easier. I mean, just the voice alone.
Two people from his side definitely said to
Lisa, like,
what about
man, you know, Candace, man, that's
that was
charging
crazy.
documents. I'm just like, you know, like the first time I got introduced to Lisa was somebody showed me, and I played it live for the first time. Her and Dee Dee, but it was like an animated version that somebody made. And I'm like, yo, I'm like, they're doing this girl really dirty with this voiceover. And the chat's like, no, that's her voice. That's why it's funny. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
That was
like, there's no way she really talks like this. So I had to pull up the original, and I'm like, oh my God. You know, like, poor Dee Dee.
I saw that like that was like 2 or 3 days before me and her got on. I didn't even know about that until it was crazy. We gonna see, man. I'm gonna think about it because the two people from inside that definitely said something about reaching out, and we'll definitely see. How do you feel about others that have once spoke about, you know, the voice for the people and don't be a puppet, don't follow the crowd, such as Megyn Kelly's? Like in this space, I would think of Megyn Kelly's, Candace Owens, Brandon Tatum.
Jay, you have not been watching enough of my content. If you have to ask my opinion of Megyn
I want to hear it though. I heard.
I saw some tweets.
She
is straight up controlled opposition. I don't care if fucking Candace brings her out on stage saying that they're best friends and she trusts her with her kids' lives. That would only make me question Candace, because Megyn Kelly cannot be trusted for absolute shit. Shit for a multitude of reasons, not just this case and this whole situation as well. Like it goes back. Well, like, listen, don't even get me started. That's a whole. I'll start bringing up stuff that they'll turn the dial down on the algorithm. We won't get any views. But yeah, I do not trust Megyn Kelly. I think that it was extremely unprofessional for her, especially with her experience as a lawyer, to come out and assume Tyler Robinson's guilt right off the bat and say that she wants him dead and that she wants to be in the room when they do it. And then it's like, yo, what are you doing? Like, you have a plan, and then they're talking about how like people like us are risking tampering the jury pool. Like we're gonna tamper the jury pool with our small podcast that get a couple thousand views. But then you got bimbos like Megyn Kelly blasting it out to millions of people saying that she wants him dead, that it's clear that he did it. It's like, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
What are we talking about? And then in the Big E files, she's like, well, you know, I trust the FBI. I'm friends with Dan Bongino. I trust Dan Bongino. And from what I hear, there weren't even any kids. Like, they were just a little on the young side. It's like, yo, like, you have a daughter that's a little bit on the young side. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
She victim shamed one of his victims after he was killed, and then brought on one of J.E.'s best friends and was like glazing him while victim shaming one of the victims.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, that was all I needed to see. After I saw that, I was just like, you know what? Fuck Megyn Kelly. I don't care about her opinions. Like, she can't be trusted.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. I think you probably woke up to her a little bit faster than me.
I used to like Megyn Kelly too. Like when I was still like casual into politics, like I listened to Megyn Kelly. I listened to some Ben Shapiro. Like, I didn't know all the backgrounds of geopolitics and the different conflicts of interest and this and that. But like, once I started really like going down the rabbit holes and figuring shit out, I'm like, oh, like, yo, you got to watch these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she, you know, she revealed herself, I guess, to me when I finally found out she was an op. Was as soon as the Charlie Kirk thing first went down. But when they first started talking about Tyler Robinson, and I started realizing, you know, her fence sitting at first, I was like, oh, she's strange. Because I remember when Charlie Kirk first died, I'll be honest, I didn't really hear. I wasn't even really in the political space. I was still on some other stuff. But when I finally was getting more into it, because just like I'm sure a lot other people maybe not you, but when Charlie Kirk died, like that like sparked something in me for sure. And I was like, dog, this is crazy. I'm doing this stuff. I've been on TikTok for years, but I was like, nah, bro, this has to go to YouTube, and we got to do more long form content. So I started to get into it. Megyn Kelly started like playing my TikToks like every day right after Charlie died, because I was, you know, Charlie was a great guy doing all this stuff, as you know how it was.
Megyn Kelly was on the J train,
bro. I thought this was my first time figuring out who she was. I knew who Charlie Kirk was. I didn't follow his content heavy, but I knew his name. Obviously, I knew he was like in the same, orbit as Candace and Brandon Tatum and all of those type of political people that have their own platforms. But I didn't follow him. I followed Candace and Brandon Tatum. Unfortunately, Brandon Tatum at first. But Megyn Kelly started playing stuff, and that's when everybody was like, "You was on the Megyn Kelly show." So I started watching her stuff and going back and watching stuff, and I was like, "She seems cool." But then as the months went by, I was like, "Nah, something's off." Because one day she's Team Candace, and then the next day she's Team TPUSA and Erika and pushing all of that. And I was like, something's strange about this lady. And I'm looking at the comments; nobody's really picking up on it. Then I remember when I finally started saying something to TikTok. A lot of people was like, no, Megyn Kelly's this, Megyn Kelly's that. And I'm going to ask you about another person that's Megyn Kelly. And I'm definitely curious about this person. But yeah, it was a lot of mixed emotions. But when the prelim started, it officially exposed her. Everybody out of my community that was a fan of Megyn officially came out and was like, nah, what she's been saying since the prelim started, done with her. I cannot believe she's one of the people that's talking about overwhelming evidence. So everything you just said, I 100% agree with.
Well, here's another data point that nobody even talks about with Megyn Kelly that I don't even think that I talked about on air. Let me just put it to you this way. Think about this for a second, because at this day and age in 2026, we're all pretty much aware of Operation Mockingbird and how they use TV and music and movies to try to like shape and manipulate people's opinions and keep things on a certain trajectory. Do you think they would make a Hollywood blockbuster starring Charlize Theron playing Megyn Kelly if they were not comfortable with her having a massive platform, if they were not worried about what she was going to say and if she was going to go against the narrative? You know what I mean? Just look at it from that point. Like they tried to use that whole scandal with the guy from Fox News to like launch her credibility.
Yep, you are right.
They wouldn't do that if she wasn't playing ball.
Yeah. I think she's like you said, she's playing ball. I think she's controlled up, just like literally everything you said, I agree with. And I think that all her past views, I think she still has it. But that's the part of being controlled up. Like I still think she's a Zionist, even though she swears up and down she's not. Or she might just still be hypnotized in that world. I don't know, but I think she still favors that. Even though she tries to put on this facade as if she's like this diehard anti-them. And then with this Charlie Kirk stuff, she's the same person that's preaching this overwhelming every other day. She's talking about overwhelming. She had Jack on her podcast the other day, and she brought up Brandy's tweet and then didn't even credit Brandy as far as like, hey, Jack, what do you have to say about this? She completely disregarded Brandy's tweet, talked bad about it, and took Jack's side as if Brandy wasn't in the courtroom with Jack.
She thinks she's slick.
Yeah.
And what does that tell you when she did the same thing with like bringing on Alan Dershowitz? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
you're right.
Guys, wake up.
You're right. Now the person that a lot of people don't ever want to talk about, but I gotta hear your perspective, is Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson. All right. I am a fan of Tucker Carlson. It's hard for me to fully trust anybody in this space. Anybody that has a platform that big and that has that much influence, it's hard for me to have in the back of my head, like, are they on our side? But Tucker has been saying the right things. He says the right things. And I mean, listen, we could sit here all day looking at all these people and finding reasons, like a lot of people will bring up his father and say, oh, well, his father was, in the CIA or whatever. Like you could find reasons to discredit and not trust anybody. But at the end of the day, when you have somebody that's putting their neck out on these positions and they're saying the things that to be true and they're putting it out there like that and they're catching all this backlash, at some point you just have to have some faith. Even if you have some doubts in the back of your mind about people, which I do with everybody to some extent, like if you put yourself in this position where you think that it's all of them, and that it's all bullshit, then you start to lose hope pretty quickly. It becomes the world becomes an even darker place. So it's like, do I know for sure that Tucker Carlson is one of the good guys? It's like, I mean, I don't know anything for sure, but like he's one that I have to believe in right now.
Yeah, and
same thing with Joe Kent. You know, it's like,
yeah, I think Tucker. I've always liked Tucker. For as long as I can remember.
I didn't always like Tucker, by the way. I did not like Tucker until I saw him on Rogan. Once I saw him on Rogan, then I before Rogan, I just looked at him as any other like more like Sean Hannity. Like I didn't, you know what I mean? Like just like a typical neocon show. And then I saw him do the Rogan interview where he gets to talk for like a couple hours. And it was a very telling interview for me. You know,
and this would probably be like not that long ago, because again, I'm just now, you know, within the last year and a half, kind of like into all of this very heavy. But as far as I can remember, so this wouldn't be forever with Tucker Carlson's legacy, but for the last like at least I would say 2 years minimum, maybe maximum, give or take, I've liked Tucker majority of the time. I agree. Excuse me. I agree with Tucker on a lot of things. Like you just said, he does stick his neck out for the truth. He has so many different powerful quotes about truth and, you know, all of this stuff. So I do respect Tucker. I do like Tucker, and I want to believe that, you know, the faith that you were talking about is believing that Tucker is one of the good guys, and Tucker is somebody that is not a sellout. One thing, just one out of probably 50, but one thing, like 50 as in 50, I agree with Tucker. The one thing that I just can't understand with him is the Charlie Kirk situation, only because he's done good things when it comes to this situation, when it comes to this investigation, by bringing on very important people that have a strong voice, such as Joe Kent. You know, we learned so much from Joe Kent in that Tucker Carlson interview, so that would never have happened without Tucker Carlson. It's just that he plays a huge role in the ending of Charlie Kirk's life. Not where I'm putting the blame on Tucker, just as in you play such a massive role that I do expect you to have a little bit more of a powerful voice when it comes to the people that vouch for you, that believe in you. We're getting attacked every day by the people that you call great friends and that you defend. So that's the only thing that I disagree with him on, because when he does talk about Charlie Kirk investigation, he talks about loving Erika, and he would never, not that I'm expecting him to come out and bash Erika, not at all, but he does talk about defending Erika often. He does talk about loving Blake Neff often. He does talk about loving TPUSA often, when TPUSA and all the people that I just named are constantly attacking his fans 24/7. So then when I look at it from like the outside looking in the broader perspective, I'm like, okay, bro, Charlie Kirk, you know, he started catching a lot of heat. You know, he probably always had it, but it definitely ramped up with the Tucker Carlson SAS speech. It probably was already kind of in the talks a little bit, but Tucker Carlson had his speech at SAS. Then everything was going downhill until Charlie Kirk's dying day. He talked about not canceling you, right? Tucker Carlson. They talked about ripping money from Charlie, all because he won't cancel Tucker. So when I see stuff like that, and I'm seeing Charlie Kirk's last messages of him vouching for Tucker before he dies, the least that I do expect from Tucker Carlson is to come out. Again, you don't have to bash anybody by name, because everybody's a little scared of that. That's fine. But I just need you to know the same people that you are defending and that you are loving so much are the people that are calling us demonic every day. And then Tucker Carlson will make great points, and he'll be like, if anybody is calling you demonic, he says this about, you know, I don't know what your channel is as far as the blue and white country. You know, I don't know how that goes with you.
Benny Hannes.
Benny Hannes, that's what you call it. Okay. So when Tucker Carlson is talking about Benny Hannes, he's always like, I can say whatever I want about them. Don't call me demonic. It's weird. Like, you know what I mean? I don't appreciate when people say that, blah, blah. I'm like, Tucker, that logic is the same thing with the Charlie Kirk investigation. If you have questions about it, the same questions that Tucker has that he'll bring up very small and vaguely, but those same questions, the people you're defending, they're calling us demonic. and all of these different names for asking the same questions that you and Joe Kent had. But you're not saying anything. What you say is, I love Erika so much. I love her. I love Blake Neff.
Well,
listen, it's weird.
you bring up a lot of good points, but let me try to be objective and show you the other side of this. Okay, if Charlie Kirk really was assassinated, and he was really assassinated for his shifting views and his influence, and it wasn't Tyler Robinson as a lone shooter, that puts Tucker Carlson in a very, very dangerous position. Absolutely. And he needs to play his cards right. And Absolutely. you need to remember when Charlie Kirk, when he was like, when he brought on Tucker, when his views started shifting a little bit, it wasn't, he didn't just come out and say it outright to the public. You know, he didn't debate Josh Hammer. He had Dave Smith debate Josh Hammer. He didn't come out talking about the Big E files and Benihana's. He had Tucker come out and say these things. So if Tucker really is at the top of the Benihana's most wanted list, we'll call it, or anybody's for that matter, he needs to be very careful with what he says and who his friends are and who he makes enemies with. And in cases like that, it is better and safer to keep certain people close and keep yourself in the loop. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I do agree. I thought when, you know, we have this conversation in my community all the time. I'm like, I will give Tucker the benefit of the doubt for sure. Same as Candace. Like when people have like questions about Candace, I'm like, no, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. She's brought nothing but value to the investigation. I don't have any reason to think that she's an op or anything like that. So if you feel some type of way, then just prove it or bring up a valid point that I can at least look at.
I mean, did you watch the Tucker Carlson Jimmy Dore interview?
I did.
And shout out to Jimmy Dore. I got to meet him the other week.
I did.
Great guy. Him and his wife Steph. Awesome.
My biggest problem.
But you remember the end of that interview when Jimmy Dore goes on that rant?
Yeah. But
Tucker doesn't have to
like,
say it. He doesn't have to co-sign it. He just he platformed it.
So that's what I'm thinking. Like, again, you don't even have to say what everybody wants you to say, right? He's playing it safe. Let's just say he is being threatened. My thing is, you know, while you're playing it safe is at the expense of your fans and your listeners taking all of this heat from the people that you say you love. So now we're over here trying to play this mind game of like, what's going on in Tucker's mind? Is he for us? It's like, no, Tucker's saying out of his own mouth, he loves TPUSA, he loves Erika, he loves Blake Neff. Okay, well, those people are calling us demonic every single day, Tucker. So like, where do you want us to go from there? But we're giving him the benefit of the doubt. But it's not him doing anything for the outside of bringing on people to say stuff.
Let me ask you, do you think that it's important for Tucker to keep going to AmFest and keep going to these TPUSA events as a speaker?
He's been canceled. He ain't going. He ain't gonna be invited no more.
You sure about that?
I am willing to bet, yes, that he is going.
I think that would be a very, very black eye for TPUSA.
Yeah,
if they don't bring Tucker back to AmFest.
He brought it up a little bit, and I forgot what interview it was, but he was like, yeah, I haven't been invited back to any TPUSA events this year that he knows of. But yes, the AmFest event that hasn't been dropped yet with the speakers, I'm willing to bet you that Tucker Carlson is not going to receive an invite. And that's going to be another one of those things where I'm just like, Tuck, what's going on, bro? Like, tell us.
Now, if Tucker doesn't get the invite and that happens, then Tucker could come out and do his whole like, well, I can't believe. I mean, I defend them all the time. I say that I love Erika and I love Blake. Like, I don't know why they didn't invite me. Like, I've been so supportive of them throughout this whole ordeal since Charlie's been gone. I see the attacks. You know what I mean? What I mean? If he'd come out and been like, you know what, I think everybody's right. I think we should look into them. Then all of a sudden they say, screw Tucker. Why are we gonna have him on? He's accusing us. He's with them, you know, like. But Tucker's staying neutral. He's giving the right information. He's platforming people to say what they want to say, people that we agree with. Yeah, and still supporting them enough where if they don't bring him back, then it's on them. Then it makes them look bad.
Yeah, and so that's what I agree, but I also think that you know, again, it's probably this chess game that everybody's saying, but you know, it does make Turning Point USA look bad if they don't bring Tucker back. But I also think that it's very strange that Tucker is standing 10 toes behind Erika and Blake Neff and TPUSA, knowing that they gaslight us every single day. Now, on to the threat that you were talking about. I do believe that he is being threatened. Andrew Covett, if we are going to believe Candace Owens, Andrew Covett told her that Tucker and Candace were on a list. So let's just say that's true. He's being threatened. He just saw his friend die in the craziest way. He has a family. I wouldn't want to say much either. However, I also have to then consider as a listener that, you know, unfortunately, I have to take that as, you know, you are somewhat controlled. I'm not saying it in a way where like, oh man, bump you like Megyn Kelly, where I'm like, yeah, bump you, Megyn Kelly. I ain't trying to listen to you no more. I can extend grace out to Tucker Carlson. However, I have to also look at you like, so the things that you do push, you're allowed to push. And the things that you don't want to talk about, I wonder why. So now I can't really trust you. Like you say, can't trust you 100%. But when it comes to the Charlie Kirk investigation, where the public is being gaslit on, and Tucker Carlson is known to make a documentary about everything and question everything and be on everybody's head 24/7. When it comes to Charlie Kirk, you dead silent. Sure, you can stay silent, but from a listener's perspective, I'm like, bro, you can't really expect me to just vouch for you 24/7 when in times like this, you have said time and time and again that you are going to be on TPUSA's side. Even though they're doing the dirtiest work to your fans. Tucker Carlson has amazing quotes that I still remember to this day, as far as like, tell the truth, even if you end up dying, because everybody's going to die anyway. Right. So it's like, I'm holding you to the same standard that you tell your audience, right? You want your audience to wake up and tell the truth. Don't be afraid, blah, blah, blah. A real threat can be on his life. Absolutely. But again, if I'm going off of what your standards are and your values are, and you're telling everybody else to not be afraid to speak up for truth, you ain't doing it. You know what I mean? So
it will be interesting to see what he says when we get closer to the Tyler Robinson trial. And you got to remember, we are a ways out for this trial. This trial could take years.
So why do you think he don't say that in the prelim? Prelim was a lot too, but didn't say a word. You know what I mean? Not that I'm like, again, not that I'm expecting Tucker to be the voice of the people, but at the same time, it's kind of his job. But at the same time, I'm like, dog, the same people you defend have said a lot, right? You've been waiting on the evidence. Now we have things in court documented on what the evidence is. You can speak to that. You ain't got to solve the whole thing. But Tucker, I just need you to validate your listeners that we're not crazy. Again, we all think for ourselves. So I'm not sitting here waiting on Tucker to feel good. I'm just saying, dang, bro, you watching all this stuff go down and you still saying you buddies with Erika. And I'm like, okay, bro. All right. Do your thing. And that's what Megyn Kelly was doing with the Charlie Kirk investigation. See where that ended. You know what I mean? So like, I don't want Tucker to end up being an op. Not at all. That's not what I'm hoping for. I hope that he stands 10 toes behind all the things that he has said in his whole career. But it is just strange, the people that he is choosing to stand by, whether he's being threatened for it or what, but he's choosing TPUSA and Erika over his fan base and listeners at the moment. Could it change? Maybe, sure. But at the moment, he's with Erika and TPUSA. And I think that's kind of weird.
No, you bring up a lot of good points. But, you know, like I said, I think we got to give it a little bit more time and see how it all plays out.
Yeah, I can see that. I can agree with you on that.
You know, like, and you had me thinking about one thing when you were talking. Because I said, I'm like, someone has to make a documentary about this, about like the YouTuber investigation and everything. Could you imagine if it's Tucker? If Tucker does like the whole documentary,
bro, he's
like a 5-episode series like he did for 9/11.
He's known for that, man. I was honestly really waiting on that. I really thought he was, you know, and like you said, maybe 2 years from now he'll want to do it, but he was the person, bro, that, you know, I knew Candace was going to do her thing when Charlie died. She was the first person I thought of when Charlie died. I said, oh, Candace is not going to like this. And then Tucker was second, man. I literally was like, dog, Tucker has made documentaries on people. where it's strong allegations, but dang near proof, you know what I mean? And I was like, yo, this is kind of similar, bro. Like he can really add a lot of value. So I think he'll still end up being a person eventually. I want to hope and believe that. So I'm just waiting, man. But in the meantime, it's hard to watch these conversations go around. And then I'm like, I gotta go listen to what Tucker gonna say. And then he talking about like something in a whole nother ballpark. I'm like, okay, bro.
Yeah, I mean, again, too, like people like that have that type of history and that many like intertwining connections and ties. It's like he has to know more than he's saying.
Yeah, look at his brother,
you know what
right?
I mean?
His brother is
has
going
to.
crazy on X.
Oh,
His brother's going crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure that he knows more, but again, him being in the position that he's in, I mean, you got to remember too, wasn't his son JD Vance's assistant up until recently?
Yes, there's so many connections, bro. Like
Yeah.
the Blake Neff thing is strange too. Him putting Blake Neff on with Charlie Kirk, Blake Neff, and after Blake Neff did all of that weird stuff with him, Tucker vouched for him to put Blake Neff on with Charlie Kirk. And then Blake Neff just came out I don't know if you saw that, but Blake Neff came out last month and called Tucker Carlson a liar. When Tucker Carlson was like, everybody that knows Charlie, that's in Charlie's circle, knows that he did not get, killed by transgender furry, whatever they be saying. Everybody knows that it's in his circle. So in my mind, I was like, what circle are you talking about, Tucker? Because everybody that's in Charlie's circle has said the same stuff. But Blake Neff commented on that tweet that Tucker Carlson put out and said, Tucker, you are a liar. You were not in his circle. And I'm like, dang, bro. Like, I don't know, bro. It's so crazy because I'm like, dog, Blake Neff is somebody
Blake was an employee. He worked for Charlie. He wasn't. Yeah. If he didn't work for Charlie, I don't think that he would be getting invited to speak at SAS or speak at AmFest or even come onto the show to give his opinions. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Blake Neff wasn't a friend, but that's why I know Tucker Carlson. He's a lot older, so he's not somebody that's gonna, like, what did you say? You know what I mean? But it was just more so like Blake Neff, somebody that you've been talking about that you love so much and put on with Charlie Kirk, just put on his ex that you were not Charlie's friend. I think, personalities and stuff and age, I would be so offended, by somebody that I vouched for my friend that's now dead, and now you're telling me that I was really not friends with Charlie. I would feel so hurt by that and betrayed. But again, that's why.
Speaking of Blake Neff, what did you think when it came out that he used to work for Stu Peters?
Don't get me going. I don't know.
That threw me back. I was like, what?
I don't know if you like Stu or not. Stu to me seems majority cool, but I questioned Stu, and he commented on one of my tweets too. I questioned Stu Peters for like a week and a half straight. Because I said, one, you never, not that you should know every single employee, but like as soon as Barron brought that up in his episode that Blake used to work for you, you came out immediately and was like, oh yeah, he did work for me. I got all of these text messages. Hey, look, everybody, what do you know? Blake was actually pressuring me just like how Charlie Kirk was being pressured. And Blake, you better not question me. Tread lightly because I got the text messages. So I'm listening to this and I'm like, that's strange. He was pressuring you just like Charlie. Charlie's dead. Nobody.
Yeah. Why didn't they come out with this earlier on when he was pushing?
And Stu was heavy in the TPUSA. Like he was investigating him like crazy. And I'm like, hold on, you never talked about Blake until now. So then I started every day for like I think 7 days. I was tagging Stu and I was like, Stu, I you're cool, but brother, you brought up these text messages with Blake Neff. You need to release them. Like you're the one that brought it up, and now you're threatening Blake to tread lightly, or else you're gonna, I guess, expose him. But you just said you was being pressured like Charlie Kirk, and now Charlie's dead. I think those text messages are very relevant to the story. All this other stuff, sure, you can keep it out. I don't care about all the extra drama too. But if you're saying that you was pressured just like Charlie, and Charlie's dead now, and you have text messages from Blake Neff, who is a interesting character, you should probably reveal that. And he never responded. Not that I'm like somebody that he would respond to, but even on his show, like he only talked about it for one more day, and that was to clarify his weird response of knowing Blake Neff, and he never spoke about it again. That was strange. I don't like stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I've never I only got familiar with Stu a couple months ago after after Charlie got killed.
Yeah.
Before that, I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't even really follow politics that much. I thought that I followed politics, and I had, would follow certain conspiracy theories. Like I was like one of these people that I thought I knew. You know what I mean? Like I knew of certain things. Like I knew about Epstein like way back, like before the 2016 election. But I didn't like really take the time to go deep down the rabbit holes or really follow politics, where I started following like the different connections with donors and this and that up until probably last summer was when I really started digging in. It was after Trump was trying to like really sweep the Big E files under the rug, and he's like, "You guys still talking about?" That was like it felt like a betrayal. Like up until that point, I was like Team Trump for like 10 years. Like I was like really like he had disappointed me at times and stuff, but I still had faith. I still wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. I was happy as all hell when he won the election in 2024, and then he won. You know what I mean? And then he won. And all of a sudden, Tulsi's got the position, RFK's got the position. I'm like really happy. But then all of a sudden, Marco Rubio's got the position. And I'm like, wait, what is he doing here? And then all of a sudden, you see him like Lindsey Graham. And I'm like, wait, like, what the fuck is going on? You know? And then all of a sudden, the Big E files, it's like, oh, we're still talking about that.
Yeah.
That. And then it's like, whoa. Hold on. And then I started doing my research. And I'm like, wow, like, I wish I did this research a lot sooner, because there's a lot more shenanigans going on behind the scenes than I had realized, you know?
Yeah.
And it felt like a big betrayal. Like it really did. And that's the main reason why I can't really put all my trust in any of these people, because I trusted Trump.
Yeah.
I trusted Trump. I believed Trump. I drank the Kool-Aid. I guzzled that shit down and chased it with more. And I got my dick kicked in. So now it's like I have at least some level of skepticism with anybody. Like my biggest nightmare right now would be if like Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent won. Like they ran for president, they won, and we're thinking, like, yeah, this is it. You know what I mean? Like it's finally gonna change. And then all of a sudden it's like, we got the social credit score system in a year after, and it's like they're trying to like spin it and shove it down our throats. Well, guys, it's those Muslims, we got to worry about that. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be something.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I think since Trump and Charlie Kirk, Trump, I didn't vote last election. I definitely was like, man, something is weird and off. Not that everything that's going on right now I saw coming. It was just more so like, I don't know. Trump, I'm not really sold. Kamala, hell no. Like that was just not happening. And I was like, I'm gonna just sit this one out and just see what happens. So, but I agree with watched him turn on his entire fan base. And supporters, I would say, not fan base, but supporters. So that was crazy. And then when Charlie Kirk happened,
his fan base is still his fan base.
Yeah, I was about to say his fan base. There, they still
his fans. They'll tell you. Iran's got nukes. Iran's got nukes. The Big E files is a Democrat hoax, and Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk with the 30 out sticks. That's
every time.
I can't even go to like barbecues anymore, because it's like
So that's why when Charlie Kirk happened, that was a whole nother thing with trust, and I think that's where my trust now is more so with people like yourself and other small creators, even medium to getting up there creators. Just because it's like, okay, I can tell that you're normal, you know what I mean? A normal guy that's nobody's taking crazy big ad money and from a radio station or anything to be influenced to say certain things or be scared to say certain things. So my trust, like, it lies more within us, like this community that is pushing for truth. And I think that is why, I love Tucker Carlson to death, but I'm like, dog, imagine, in 2028, you run for president which I know he said he would never, but let's just say he did. I'm like, yo, I'm not really buying the whole, oh, I'm not into social media. I don't look at anything. I just read. Well, we have a lot of opinions that you gotta, you know what I mean? Like you have to be in tune with everybody. And I want you to.
I don't know if I buy that. I'm pretty sure that he has at least people in his inner circle that are doing the reading for him and getting him up to date.
Right. So like,
I mean, shit, if I was big enough, I would too. I wouldn't want to sit there scrolling on X, seeing all the shit people are talking. I'd have somebody that I'd pay. Like, just give me the bullet notes. Where does everybody stand? You know what I mean?
And I believe it. I don't think he's going through social media like us and stuff like that. I just think when it comes to Charlie Kirk case, he has said numerous times, he's like, you know, I don't know all the details around it, and I don't want to know. And I'm like, well, that's a problem for me, bro, because these are issues that people that would vote for you if you were to run, because I would at this moment right now, if he were to run, I would vote for the first time that in 8 years, or not 8 yet, but if it was in 8 years, I'd vote for Tucker Carlson. But I need you to be a little bit more relatable, because you know, I don't know, I'm just not buying the
that is the politically correct thing for him to say, though.
What?
Especially if he does secretly want to run for president.
What?
That he doesn't know, he doesn't want to know. Let it play out.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Like, listen, it's not what we want to hear him say, but for him, from his perspective, where he stands in this, his position on the board, whatever his future aspirations are, like, that is the only answer that he could give.
Yeah,
because the second he goes one way or the other,
you're not gonna make that spot.
He's just torching bridges. He's torching potential donors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I agree.
I don't know.
You can't pick a side at all.
I don't know. I don't want to know. And when Jimmy Dore came on my show and went on that big rant, I was shocked. I never heard that before in my life. I don't know if it's true or not.
He's a great PR guy. He says, like you said, he says all the right things, 100%. It's just, oh man, it has become like, you know, a political conversation, unfortunately. And I think that's where like sometimes my passion comes in, because I think about how like Charlie died. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is somebody's life that's gone, and now all of a sudden now it's a political talking point where if you choose one side or the other, you know, this side hates you. It's this whole thing, you know what I mean? Versus like, bro, somebody died that is very valuable to the community that everybody loved. Can we just figure out as a whole, as a community, what happened to this man? Because that was definitely one of the times for me that I was like, dog, the government is sick. All of these people that are covering this up allegedly is sick. All these people that just aren't really pushing for truth is sick, because you got this man that really loved Donald Trump Jr., that really loved Donald Trump himself. He loved all of these people, and it just pains me sometimes to see these people just be like, nope, Tyler Robinson.
Nope. Well, that's also part of the reason why I think that he could still be alive.
We talked about this before offline, and I agree with, I can see it, because we talked about this a little bit before with like everybody's reactions and how they joke a lot. Everybody's laughing. Nobody's really taking stuff serious. You got Blake Neff on X Spaces being like, I don't know where I was before the UVU event. Like, he's just joking about it. And so with everybody's reactions, I think that's why I can't understand that theory, because it just doesn't seem like anybody's sad about it at all.
Well, it's not even just that. I want you to think about it for a second, because he was one of Trump's biggest supporters for years, helped him win the election, friends with his kids. They have so many ties, and it could go either way. Like, there are multiple reasons why they could have done it. First and foremost, there could have been a legitimate threat on Charlie's life. I mean, if he is dead, obviously there was a legitimate threat on Charlie's life. If you're President Trump and you have like your protege, you have somebody, and you know that they are in real danger, that there are people out there that are never going to let this guy be president, that you know, like, you have very strong intel that leads you to believe that somebody's going to want to take this guy out, and you think it might happen soon. I mean, if I'm the president, I'm gonna try to save my friend. I'm gonna say, listen, like, I know that you're not gonna like this, but you got kids, you've done enough. We're gonna carry on and it also could be because you got to remember the last year that Charlie was doing all these debates, he was getting smoked. He was getting smoked. That letter that he wrote to BB was him politely saying, like, listen,
Yeah.
like, you got to pick up the ball. Like, this is not working. This is what you can do to do it. But, like, I can't do this anymore. And if they were not going to release the files and they were still going to go through with the war, what would happen? They couldn't have Charlie Kirk going around to these campuses right now.
No.
You know, what's he going to do? A whole 180 on all of his positions to keep defending Trump? Or he's just going to sit there and lose and get made a fool of? You know, and people forget, like, Fuentes was coming at him. Fuentes was coming at him very, very hard. You know, and the whole tide was shifting. Like the whole base that Charlie had the big influence over, they weren't agreeing with him on all these things anymore.
Right.
You know, and then there's the people that go really conspiratorial that, oh, well, you know, they're all Masons. The world's a stage. He was playing a role and it was just time to check out and retire the character.
Yeah. I mean, I can, like I said, I can definitely see it. My only issue that we talked about before is knowing from the internet, because obviously I don't personally know him, but knowing what Charlie put out there about how much he loved Erika, because he definitely loved him some Erika. He bragged about her all the time and family, right? You know, respectfully. It's so hard to believe that if he is alive, if we entertain that theory of him knowing that she is now public enemy number one. And it's hard to believe that he would just sit back and be like, successful plan. You know, my wife is public enemy number one. Everybody hates her. Nobody wants her. Like, it would be hard to believe that Charlie is somewhere watching that and just cool with it. And I think that's my only thing. And I'm just like, I just don't see him really wanting that for her.
You know, and a lot of people get offended when I say that I haven't ruled out, you know, because honestly, with every, like, there was a time that I was more on a coin toss on it. And I'm like, okay, like it's like not quite 50-50. It's like 60-40. And I had it like 60, he's alive, 40, he's not. And then I started going the other way with it. Like, nah, he's probably dead. He's gone. I got to stop pushing this out. But then what really keeps bringing me back, and I'm going to play this right now. There's two different clips that both revolve around one person, and I want you to watch it live with me. I'm sure you've seen it before, and I want you to tell me what you think. I want the chat to tell me what they think too. Hunter Kozak. Now, I believe this is when Blake Neff is pulling up. Just watch Hunter Kozak. This is before everything happened, before he went up and asked questions.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember this.
It's like he's practicing.
Right.
You know? Like, how do you explain that? And how come nobody wants that explained?
Right.
And now there's one more that I want to get for you. And this one I saw the other day. Now, I didn't add this type and context to it, but I saw this the other day. And this is when I was like, nah, he's dead. He's dead. And then I saw this and I'm like, you know what? This motherfucker might be alive. And again, it revolves around Hunter Kozak, who I think it was Didi. Yeah. I think it was Didi that said it, that Hunter Kozak's father works for Jimmy Kimmel. And remember, Hunter Kozak was also one of the people that got brought up in the in that CBS town hall meeting with Barry Weiss and Erika Kirk. Yeah. He also, I believe, is affiliated with the Unfuck America tour, which is supposed to be TPUSA's competition, or wanted to be TPUSA competition. So in this video, you're going to see Hunter Kozak do some sort of gesture to Charlie, and he gets Charlie's attention, and Charlie looks pissed. And then there's Terrell Farnsworth. He's going to look pissed. And then he's going to go back and he's going to talk to the other people. And then Mikey McCoy is going to make a motion like this. that it looks like he's shushing him.
Yeah.
And just I'll let it play out. I just want you to see. See, it shows this first. Okay. There's Hunter. Now they imply, they put like that gun symbol. I don't know if that's what he did or if he was just doing a thumbs up. But look at Charlie's face. He's looking right at Hunter.
Yeah, he is.
Right? Would you agree?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And now Terrell Farnsworth gets and look, now he's looking in shame. He's like looking the other way. Like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have done that. And now Terrell is clearly annoyed.
Right.
And then he's going to go back and bitch about it. Allegedly. See, he's still shaking his head. He's looking back at Hunter. Like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And now look at Mikey.
Yeah, he definitely said shush.
like this needs to be explained, regardless of what happened to Charlie, whether he's dead, whether he's alive, even if it was Tyler Robinson as a lone shooter with a 30-06. These are the type of things that need to be explained. For me, like, I'm open to any and all theories, any and all possibilities.
So coming out of this trial,
I'm open to any and all theories, any and all possibilities, but all of these anomalies, every single one of them, needs to have a rational explanation.
And that's where I can see your theory, because Erika and all of them don't care about any of that. And any normal person would be looking into all of that stuff. And it seems like TPUSA, you can hear Blake Neff on all the X spaces. When somebody brings up a valid point, he's literally like, why does that matter? Why does that doesn't matter? It doesn't, he doesn't care. And I'm like, it's just no way. And that's where I can see that support that theory, because they wouldn't care, because they already know that, Charlie's alive somewhere, maybe. Because it's just hard to believe that all of these people, unless somebody also brings up the fact that maybe all of them are being threatened by the same people that are threatening Tucker Carlson. And maybe that's why everybody doesn't care. I don't know.
Possible too. That is possible too.
But I agree. All of that.
And then finding out last week that Tyler Robinson he pulled up in his car. He went in for 55 minutes that we don't know where he was. There's no camera footage for 55 minutes, but we know that he had some sort of interaction with TPUSA staff that none of them ever said. And that Blake Neff was asked about it on an X space, and he said, I wouldn't tell anybody who it was that Tyler talked to, even if I knew, because I know they didn't do anything wrong. It's like, dude, like, what kind of answer is that? What kind of answer is that?
I don't.
It's like, you either know who it was or you don't. And whether or not you know who it was, how do you know they didn't do anything wrong?
Right.
Think about it. You're like, this is the guy. You've been saying for 10 months that he's the guy that killed your boss, your friend, the person, steering the ship for your whole message, what you guys are all about. And this is the guy that you are so sure killed him, that you want him put to death. And he's talking to people that work for the company just shortly before. And it would help that they didn't do anything wrong.
It would help their narrative if he was just on. Like, if they said he talked to TPUSA employees or representatives, this was the person, and it adds fuel to the fire of like, man, Tyler Robinson is sick.
Hold on. I just noticed the super. Was that Charlie? Was that your video? I wasn't even looking to give you credit. If it was, I apologize. Oh yeah, it was. Yo, shout out to Charlie's Angels. I should have been more conscious of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. She's a real one. Big time supporter.
But yeah, it can and I mean, you can go through the rest after I say that my part, but the part where like it would add fuel to the fire to their narrative, as far as like Tyler Robinson walking up to TPUSA reps and chopping it up with them, asking about what time Charlie's gonna be there, and then he disappears and he end up being the person that takes the shot, whatever it is. But it's the fact that like that would add fuel to the fire. So it makes me a little bit confused on why you would want to hide the fact that Tyler Robinson talked to somebody. So now when the fact that you're hiding that and you don't want to tell anybody, now it makes me wonder if you're trying to protect a certain part of the story, which is Tyler Robinson, which is whoever he talked to, which doesn't help your case. If you wanted it to help your case, you would say, "Yep, like they would have came out in September or maybe October, definitely not in July, and said, yes, Tyler Robinson stopped by our tent. Can you believe he asked such and such what time Charlie was gonna be here right before he went up to the roof and killed him, bro? That would have helped the case if Blake Neff knew this whole time that Tyler Robinson did that." But the fact that he's hiding it, yeah, that doesn't help his case at all.
Oh, here's Charlie's Angel again. Illinois is the handgun, and he was reading it word for word. That part I did not know. What is that, the name on X? I'll look it up. And Charlie, again, sorry, I was fixated on the video. When I play it again in the future, you're gonna get your props, I promise.
You got some more supers too.
Yeah, we can read a couple of them now. We got Dale, $20. Thank you very much. I don't know who I like more, Tuck or Buck. Great men. Love you, JG. Welcome, Jay. Chat loves you. Great vibes. Bays is based as fuck. Thank you very much. And then we got, this one's you, no comment, but Scott Wardinsky.
Scott Ward, I appreciate it.
And then we got Charlie, $5. Thank you very much. Question though, Stu seems like he cares about the death of Charlie. Blake Neff acts like he hates Charlie. Yeah, you know,
I agree. That's one of those people, Stu, Candace, Tucker, off the top of my head right now. Those are people that I do extend grace to if something seems a little off. You know, they have been pushing for truth, and there's many others, but just as far as those large creators,
yeah, I got to start watching a little more Stu's content to get more familiar.
Yeah, he's been pushing.
I heard him in X Space the other day. I DM'd him something.
He be on Erika and TPUSA, all of them. He be on their head trying to get to the truth. He's doing a lot of Fort Huachuca stuff right now with Anna Escobar, but I extend grace to Stu. I do. It's strange, but I'll give him grace.
Dale, $50, big super. Thank you very much. Me again. Hey, Jay, here is my perspective on Tuck. I've watched his awakening along with mine. He speaks out loudly against the Tiny Hats and Trumpenstein. Currently, he has a main line to Banana Yahoo, Trumpenstein, and Erika Twerk. Is it possible? Oh, that's one of two. Another big super, $50. Thank you, Dale. Is it possible he's lying to them while helping find the truth with the rest of us? He loves CK, and we need someone on the inside, right? He goes hard where it matters, and he sacrificed more than we all know. I understand your skepticism, though. Love your honesty. I think she makes a great point.
It's a great point. I think that the only thing that I worry about a little bit with Tucker is he doesn't mind being the villain. He's talked up a lot about what did you say, Benihana's? He's talked up a lot about them. My only thing is I don't think he wants to be the villain against Erika specifically, not necessarily TPUSA, but Erika. I don't think he would be that person to like get information and intel from Erika and then months, maybe a year later, come out and speak out against her, even if she did him dirty and you got the proof of it. So it kind of worries me on that part, as far as like, I've heard that before, as far as him getting inside information from maybe Erika and TPUSA, and that's why he loves them so much and wants to stay close.
So
I just don't see him coming out in a year from now being like, I've been playing TPUSA and Erika.
This is just absolutely
this whole time, and you know, now I got all of this information from them. I just don't think he wants to play that villain. I think he genuinely loves Erika because he loved Charlie, and I don't think he would ever betray her because I'm pretty sure he's a nice guy. I feel like he feels like if he feels like he's betraying Erika, I think inside he would feel like he's betraying Charlie, and I don't think I see Tucker doing that.
Yeah, no, I don't see Tucker betraying Charlie at all. And like I said, there has to be a rational explanation for everything.
Maybe.
And I totally understand anybody's skepticism with Tucker or anybody else that's on that level. But you got to realize, like, Charlie was at that level too. And if he really did get assassinated, that had to have rocked everybody's world.
It did. And then we also have to remember that Charlie is documented. Charlie at one point used to lie to us as well for quite some time. And then but the beautiful thing about Charlie is that we also saw it click for him, and we saw him starting to ask questions on camera. So I got to, when I went down this huge rabbit hole with Charlie, and I tried to figure out, like, I can't even remember the date now, but I started to try to figure out, when did it start clicking for him and his content with these debates with the kids and all the other stuff. And you can see it. He had this one conversation with a kid. It was this Army kid, and he was just getting cooked. But Charlie was he wasn't even believing in what he was saying. He was lying the entire debate, and he 100% lost the debate. And then about like a month or two, he had questions, and he was on a PBD podcast, and he was doing all these different things. So I'm only saying that because, you know, nobody's perfect, and all of these people that are in the political space, you know, they come from a background, whether they're paid to push a message. You know, Tucker Carlson used to work for Fox, so I know he had an awakening, but that's what that's what he tells us. But at one point in time, he did take a check to push propaganda too. So, you know, I want to believe that he is fully awake and for the people, but I am just aware that all of these people that are up there did come from a background where they used to lie to us, including Megyn Kelly too. They all have the same background. Candace too. I don't want to be biased. Candace came from a background too that used to lie to all of her viewers about being a Zionist and, you know, all of the stuff they used to push. So, you know, I'm just being aware that all of these people used to have a history versus like smaller creators. Hopefully I won't be able to find something about Bayes that he was a liar years ago.
You go to my social media, you're gonna see me with the pro-Trump anti-left stuff for the last 10 years. I am very, very transparent. Hold on, I want to bring Charlie up.
Okay.
I was trying to scroll back and find that post. I should have just searched her because her next super was J and Bayes, allow a call in from me. So here we go. Her real name is Charlotte. And she's very informative. I think she's going to add a lot to the conversation.
Okay.
Charlotte, how you doing?
Hey.
You know I never do call-ins, right? Very rarely. But I do feel bad because I did not give you credit. I didn't even think to do so.
Well, okay. And you know what the thing is? We've actually, in almost every connection that we've ever had, every live stream, we've actually never talked.
No, we did. We talked a
maybe
little
like
bit. We talked on Alley Top Files with the famous Mitch Snow story.
Well, that was hilarious. But you and I have actually never connected that, like, we like kind of go way back.
All right. So
you know what I mean? Like we go like way back. Like we discovered each other like on Instagram, and then I sent you up. Okay. So do you not remember that?
Yes. Now that
or do you forget who I am?
I might have. If it was on Instagram, I probably did. You got to understand, my Instagram is bigger than my ex. I get a lot of DMs.
So go back. I know. Go back to the beginning of
just DM me.
I set you up with. I set you up with Kelly.
Oh wait,
me.
But that's a different name.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't want to get killed by Philadelphia.
All right. Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
I did not realize.
Okay.
I won't say your real name.
That's fine. All right. So, okay. Hello, Jay. I followed you on, like, also this whole thing of the different platforms is so weird to me. Like, Jay's on TikTok. When you followed me on X, I was just like couldn't believe it. But Bayes, I didn't mean to be like, don't like mad about the credit thing, but like Illuminomaly, she's so shy, she won't talk about it. She is absolutely brilliant, and I just want her like to whatever she's saying about like the Tyler Friends, everything. She's like covered that like 10 months ago. I don't know, like forever ago. I just don't want to, I want to give her credit, not me.
Okay.
So she found the Hunter finger gun. Okay, that's all I have to say about that one. The Hunter finger gun. It's a real thing. And then he had the shame. Like, oh my gosh. All right, we'll go from here.
So what's your theory?
Is that where you want to start from?
Actually, no, you don't have to. And if you're gonna give a theory, don't make any direct accusations.
Okay. No. All right. My theory is that if my ultimate theory is that if anything, I don't know what essentially killed him, but if there's psyops and if we're running something, Charlie was a very smart person, and I also think he's like kind of an empath, like some of us. Like there's just, I'm not gonna buy into he just did this to be a dick, or he, I would buy into he's very, very smart. He didn't know what he got into. We all didn't know how long did it take for all of us to figure out what we're getting into. So it's one of two things. I think it's either that he figured out a lot of things. He reached out to somebody, and I've said my theory like way early on, and now I maybe know the person who it could be, because who's higher than, I don't know, some agency higher, maybe Joe Kent, I don't know, that he reached out to somebody higher, and they had to infiltrate an already ongoing plot to kill him. And you have to let that play out, because otherwise that's the only reason somebody like Charlie would ever fake his death. Like, it does happen. If you look at the Dahlia Dippolito case in Florida, you just like when a sting is done, whether it's a drug sting, you have to have the exchange of money to know to be able to charge it, to be able to prosecute it. So it could be one of those things. He infiltrated an already known case, or like a plot to assassinate him. Only a few people know, and we have to see who the rats on the ship are. I mean, Candace said that pretty early on. I would say that, or, and that's what because I'm sorry, I can't go with Jesse on fire. That like, oh, I can't ever be like Erika's cool, and no matter what, like what Jay was saying before. No, like there's not a chance that he still loves Erika, like the way she's acting. Like she's an idiot. I'll pause. Do you want me to pause there? You guys can jump in whenever. I'll finish my theory, and then you guys go from there. Like there's
No,
not a
keep going.
chance that I believe that I just can't. So the only other possibility would be, though, of I hate these other things of like, oh, like also you can't be too conflated, too confusing. So another thing would be like maybe they wanted to scare him, like maybe somebody tried to scare Trump at Butler, and they thought it was like, oh, it struck his ear. Maybe they thought it was going to strike his neck or something, and then they meant to scare him, and that's why some people acted the way they did, and that's why some people were like really crying, or Mikey was really sad. There's not a chance I can sit here and say that I think that Blake Neff, Andrew Colvett, Erika Kirk, Jack Posobiec are talking and speaking, and Gary Melton. And I want to say that I loved your your debate with him base. But those are my two theories, because I'll never come from a place that, oh, Charlie did this and he just retired, and like Erika, like they still love each other, and because he'd tell Erika, you're being so stupid right now, like this is not how you do things. And that's my TED Talk. Thank you for coming, guys.
Nah, I like that.
Jay,
I
you wanna go
appreciate you,
first?
Charlie, as well.
Go
Jay,
from there. I mean, I want your
Well,
intel.
I don't think that I do like the theory that what if they knew that something was going to happen, that something was planned, and that they were trying to have some kind of sting. Although if that was the case, it would have came out, and there was too many people there.
No, not yet. Not
they-
yet. Not if it was Joe Kent. Not if it was way higher.
I think Mikey McCoy knew something. I feel like he knew that something was going to happen that day. I think that's why he, in my opinion, allegedly was already on the phone, and that he called his wife first, because I felt like he may have heard something going down, whether it was going to be a scare, whether he felt like he overheard something that was about to happen to Charlie. But I feel like he knew something. That's why he walked away so fast on the phone with his wife, out of all people.
Yeah,
So,
and you're not gonna scare you're not gonna shoot somebody in the neck with a rifle to scare them, though.
Well, but because however it was going to go down, like it didn't go down how it was supposed to go down. Something moved, a couple things went out of the way, but you're right, Jay. Like I don't think we've ever talked about just like the scare factor of like, that maybe even he was like, all right, it's cool. He'll just be like, because like look, like Trump walked away with just a piece of his ear. I mean, so I just that's just a whole other theory we haven't
there are
discovered.
also a lot of people that believe that what happened at Butler was not really on the level with what they told us happened.
Yes, yeah. I guess Corey comparator. Yeah, possibly. I mean,
because Trump, I mean, he survived, but hypothetically speaking, he doesn't turn his head. Was that a potential scare that could have ended deadly? I mean, I know somebody still died, but I'm talking about like.
Well, there are a lot of people that believe that they were trying to set up some sort of false flag and that it went wrong.
So what
with
actually
Charlie
happened is what went wrong?
With Charlie, yes. That is a theory that I've heard a lot, that there was some sort of plan to stage his death and that something went wrong and that he died. Although that one I have never really given that much credit towards, because I think if they were going to stage his death, then they staged his death. Now, it could be that they were trying to stage something where he wasn't supposed to die and then it went wrong. But even then, I don't.
But if they were going to stage his death, they say. But do you mean like? But what if they were going to stage something to scare him? And a lot of people knew we got to scare him. Of like maybe Charlie will step down if he gets a shot at him.
I don't think. I think that if it's at that point that they would just take him out. There are other ways.
Well, who's they? But
Deep State, Boogeyman. I'm not like accusing anybody specifically. I'm just saying if somebody's at that point, like there are other ways to scare people than to take like an operation like that.
Well, then why did Mikey act the way he did? I don't think Mikey's a.
I don't know, Charlie. That's why we're all here, and that's why we've been covering.
Okay, fine. We're trying to
figure that out.
I know, but Jay, jump in. I feel like he's kind of on my side in a way.
It's I mean, I'm open to all sides. That's why I'm like, when I hear your theory, my brain gets going because I'm like, all right, let's entertain it and let's think of all the different possibilities and if it's possible. So I mean, I'm not 100% with any side. I do think it's very strange that nobody can answer a straight up question as far as like, okay, he died, and was he, after Erika did her crying over the casket thing, was he buried? Was he cremated? And nobody would answer.
That's a whole nother thing. We could.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm just saying like
let's
leads
set a live stream tomorrow and do that one.
That leads. So when I hear that, when people are afraid to just say if he was cremated or buried, now I'm like, well, is he alive? Because why are you afraid to say that? I mean, it's that nobody's asking for the exact site. Just tell us, is he under the ground or is he in, a pot? And nobody would do that. Everybody's all scared and timid and around that topic. So
well not even just that, Jay. Yep. I think you hit you hit it on the head when you brought up Erika over the casket, because that was just I'm sorry. I saw that and I was just like, what the hell is wrong with this woman? Like, who does that? Like, for those of you out there that have lost a loved one, like I've lost a couple of people very, very close to me. And if I saw anybody trying to like show up at a wake, it wouldn't matter how close the person is. But if they're there and they're mic'd up and they've got somebody with a camera and they're like doing a whole scene to post on their Instagram, I would be mortified. I would be so offended, and I would probably cause a scene going off on the person. And if that person was assassinated and I was that person was in some sort of position to like benefit potentially from that in any way, I would have some serious questions. I would have some serious questions. It doesn't, and again, it doesn't mean that she was involved in some kind of conspiracy. It's just weird. It's not.
It's just known as one of those social faux pas.
How people act.
Correct. It's one of those social faux pas that are so embarrassing that it's like it's used an example of like absolutely what you would never do. Like take like girls in the bathroom taking a selfie at a funeral. I don't care if they're, you know, like that's been a thing, and then like.
Listen, like, girls taking a selfie in the bathroat is one thing,
but at a funeral, but that was. I know.
Over the casket, you put on your Instagram when your husband was just assassinated publicly, and you got kids with the person like that.
Well, there you go.
You're way past selfie in the bathroom territory.
Yeah. Right, exactly. So it's like that was also known as such a big wrong thing to do. Like, okay, they went in the bathroom and took a selfie, but though at a funeral, but also then to do a selfie video in a funeral on his bot, like it's just no. And so in my mind, then I was like, okay, they're really trying to prove he's dead. Like if I also go back to
they're selling something.
Yes,
that's what it is. They oversold. They oversold it just like they oversold the evidence
everything.
Against Tyler. They oversold Lance's innocence and cooperation. They oversold the motive with why Tyler would do such a thing. They oversold the probability, or undersold, I should say, the probability that a 30-06 would hit the soft tissue of the neck and not leave an exit wound. Like it all feels choreographed. You know, and that's what Dee Dee talks about a lot. That's one person I really wish. Jay, we got to get Dee Dee on. We got to have this conversation with Dee Dee.
Oh, him with Jeremy Boring. That was like the best thing I've ever heard. But
I didn't hear it yet. I gotta check it out.
Also, you're not going to get Dee Dee on tonight, so
no, I'm not going to get him on tonight.
You guys can listen to me tonight. I'll help shoot the shit with you guys.
I think it's.
But you are so right. That's absolutely one of the. There you go.
I think it's strange too. With I know his parents are very private people. You know, they're older, so they're disconnected from the world essentially. But I do think it gets to a point. Maybe it's the new generation of parents in me. But I think it does get to a point when you have people lying on your son, unless they're in on it too. I don't know this whole conspiracy, but it does get to a point where people are lying on your son so much and so often that you do have to. I do expect his parents to speak for themselves versus Erika coming out with a joint statement every time his parents want to speak or his sister wants to speak. It comes through Erika.
That's also, I think that's the setup, is because I don't think they actually like Erika at all, and I think they have to let that play out so that all of us see that like they fucking did that. Like, can I say fucking on here? Effing.
Yes.
Okay.
Just don't make any direct accusations against anybody.
Okay, but I just also think that it's so obvious that like the parents actually just went there independently. And I mean, did you watch like Stacey Sheridan like walking in behind them?
Oh yeah, she got the hard snub from Charlie's father.
Yes.
And then so I have been in a trial before, and you especially like this is a very small one. So when they said, "Oh, Erika was seated," but like, of course they're going to be seated there because there's a family side, there's a whatever side. But I could only imagine whatever she's putting out, though. I can only imagine that. I'm just imagining the parents are seething, being like, because who can speak out right now? Who can? Like, until we get bigger, who can speak out against this force?
That's why it's tricky though, because I mean, I don't want to say excuse to like downplay the situation, but everybody is using the whole like, maybe they're being threatened. And I'm like, okay, well, we're using that for everyone at this point. Tucker, his parents, like TPUSA, and we can't use it. I guess we can't. I don't know.
But honestly, what if it comes down to their grandkids?
I mean, yeah,
that's a whole different. It's not even threatening. It's a whole different thing.
It is different. But then you got his sister. Is his sister like, I'm not gonna say anything in fear of my parents not being able to see their grandkid. Like it's so many different. My brain goes crazy when I think of.
I could tell like off the I could definitely tell you about about them, because it's just one of those things. I guess I just like in grief will leave them alone.
Here's the deal.
I'll tell you another day. Yeah.
Here's the deal. You don't have to tell me another day, but I wanna bring you down because me and Jay, I got some other stuff that I want to talk to him about, and we're already 2 hours in. But how about this? Are you gonna be up late tonight?
I don't know. Maybe not.
Because I was thinking about doing an after party after this, members only.
Okay.
If I do,
Jay, are you doing an after party?
I don't want to put. I will. Jay, the offer will be there for Jay's member. I don't know if Jay's a member. I don't know if he knows what our members only. Obviously,
okay, I'm sorry.
The invitation is open.
I gotta learn more about it. I think
I'll take myself down.
The only conflict with me is what time zone y'all are in. Or are you in?
No, it's okay.
I'm on the East Coast.
Bayes, the only thing I will drop down, but I wanted to say, like, we've never actually gotten to talk about our theories. And then there was one where you came in and you're like, game's up. It's so obvious. Like, I thought you were.
Oh yeah, when I saw the Hunter Kozak thing, I've been back and forth. I've been back and forth for different reasons, and I've been transparent about that.
No, Hunter Kozak, you're like
into my detriment.
No, you came on. You're like, well, it's obviously the Fed slop so strong, or something like we just might as well put it like putting the Jesse on fire theory of like, well, I mean, obviously it's got to be such a psyop that we've got to like stop researching into this, and that's where I was like, what? That's the only thing.
Oh, you mean a couple months ago when I was like really, really like?
No, you came into a space in Gary's like about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that was when I saw the videos that I just played. It was your video. When I saw that, I was like, all right. I'm like, this is a fucking psyop. I'm like, I can't anymore. I'm like, what the hell? No, because I mean, come on. When you see Charlie making eye contact with Hunter Kozak, and then Terrell Farnsworth going and bitching about it, and Mikey doing you can't definitively say that it's a shush because you don't see his face. You don't see the finger over the mouth. But like, what is he doing?
Charlie, they hate Charlie. Have you ever heard of the Mormon
You know what
Mafia?
I mean? Like, huh?
Okay. Have you ever heard of the Mormon Mafia? I will bow out. But like, I think we'll agree at some point. But thank you for letting me up here. I will take myself off if I know how, or you just cut me off. I don't know how to hang up.
but don't go anywhere because I'm gonna be streaming all night. And like I say, the invitation will be there for Jay. I know he woke up early because we were DMing early in the morning, so I don't know how much gas he's got left in the tank. But I will do a members only after party, and I will bring you on the stage, and I'll see if I could get some other special guests to come on. If you want, maybe you can message Allie.
Okay.
I'll message Allie, but I mean, you can message her first while I'm
she's probably in bed now. I mean,
Allie is never in bed. That woman is like a freaking, I don't know. She does not sleep. But let me and Jay finish the show, and I'll see you in a little bit, okay?
Good night, guys.
Good night. Thank you. You know, it's so funny because the second she said that she linked me up with Kelly, I knew exactly who she was, and I never knew because I talked to her on both accounts, and she never connected those dots for me. Like, hey, it's me. Yeah. You know, that's a little bit of a conspiracy in itself in my mind. But you see, like, and this is the thing. When you get people that are so into this and really doing the work and seeing all of these anomalies, it's a mind screw. It's a mind screw. And like when the files came out a couple months ago, I was done. I was taking shots at everybody. I'm not gonna like relive it because I'm still, you know what I mean? But I took shots at everybody. I'm like, what are we doing here? I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we talking about? Anything anybody has, any pictures, any evidence, just bring it to the table. Just let it all out. And like, let's just get this shit over with because now we're at war with Iran. We got the files. There's more files that they're trying to keep us from seeing. And we could get back to this later. And part of that was because like all these anomalies, all this weirdness going on with this case, it just became overwhelming. And then I started thinking like, that has to be the point. Yeah. Like when you see, and I don't know if you've heard me talk about this recently, but when Charlie first got hit, that was all you saw on social media. I mean, if you're swiping, it's Charlie, hand signal, Charlie. someone on the left celebrating and dancing, somebody on the right crying, somebody on the left celebrating, Charlie, hand signal. You know, it was like the zone got flooded with that day. And it really, like, it was traumatizing. Like, I don't think that there's been a single event that had affected the masses in such a way since 9/11.
I agree. No, I think that was all intentional. I think they all hit our phones with, you know, the video. Everybody obviously saw it. And then I think the operation on TikTok specifically, when it came to your For You page being flooded with people celebrating his death, I think that was some type of psyop. That was just absolutely crazy. I felt like that was just straight rage bait. Every day it was somebody celebrating his death. So yeah, it all was just a play on our mind from the very beginning to now. And I was the same way. I didn't. Everybody knows that, especially on TikTok. A lot more people know it there. But I tell people all the time, I'm kind of disconnected from it as far as the feelings and as passionate as I used to be. Because when I really do get passionate, it used to piss me off. But there was a point in time where I felt the same way, as far as like, man, everybody has all this information and everybody is just not sharing and, you know, gatekeeping or revealing little things at a time. And it was just getting annoying, because I'm like, yo, Charlie's dead. We got somebody in jail that is not the trigger man, in my opinion. And we got everybody not sharing everything they got. So I was getting frustrated, but then yeah, I think I ended up just being like, you know what, bro, let me just stop being so engaged in a psychological operation, because that's exactly what it is. When you get so invested into every little detail of the psychological operation, you start to just lose your mind. and so I have like 2 days a week where I literally don't even look at Charlie Kirk's. I don't even get into like my socials and stuff like that.
Yeah, no. See, I wasn't making content or even planning on making content when Charlie first got hit, but I was very, very deep into my research, and I was researching multiple different topics that I felt all connected, like going way back. It started with the files. Then it started branching more to, well, it was bouncing around a little bit. It started with the files. Then it went to Iran Contra, which I had already done research on. Then I went to, 9/11. Then I went to the 2008 financial crisis. Then I went to COVID, and I was just finding all these data points to see where things connected and intertwined at certain points. Then I started going back further and getting back towards like around World War II. And then I started looking into NASA, and when we definitely did not land on the moon in the 60s. And then it's like, I'm using AI. So I'm going even further back and looking at regime changes and changes of power and wealth over time, like on like a generational level, like throughout centuries. And it was like really an experience. And then Charlie got hit, like right when I was getting ready, because I wanted to do my own documentary on 9/11. And that was going to be like my first project that I wanted to do. And then I found out Tucker was doing it. And then I'm like, damn, I got to watch Tucker's first. And then, and Tucker's was really good. There was a lot of things missing from his documentary. And there was certain things that he had touched on, but he didn't put enough emphasis on or really branch into. But that's a whole other story. But all in all, his information was pretty good. And then I was like, all right, what am I going to do now? And then I started finding like people on YouTube, like Ian Carroll, and like sending super chats. And then all of a sudden I'm watching Nate, I'm watching Baron. And I'm like, you know what? I think I could do this. And I just put the camera on. I started doing it. And originally I knew obviously I was going to talk about the Charlie Kirk case, but I didn't want to make the channel about it. I wanted to focus on other things. And just, dude, like I just learned the hard way with the algorithm and how it works, because, I'd make videos about the case and Charlie and covering different people, and I'd get a decent amount of views, especially for a new channel. And then I would cover stuff with the Big E files or get into Les Wexner or Robert Maxwell. And it's like, I get a couple of 100 views and like I don't even get impressions. Doesn't matter my retention, doesn't matter my click-through rate. It's like I talk about certain things and the dial is just down. And that was a data point too, because that's telling me like even the pay rate, like they're paying more when you cover the Charlie Kirk case. So it's like, oh, they want us talking about this. And it's like, why? Why do they want us talking about it? Why did they want us all to see it when it first happened? Why did they want it to be see the celebrating, see the weeping? And it really just felt like a psyop, and that it was just more to reinforce this whole divide and conquer between the left and the right.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. I think like I guess I've been doing TikTok much longer than YouTube. And TikTok was similar, man. TikTok is like 200, no, both accounts combined, like over 300 something thousand followers. And I started to realize that too, like since 9-10, you know, everything that I used to do was yapping just about literally anything and everything. And since 9-10, it started to get very, the niche started to get smaller and smaller. You had to start focusing on one specific niche that you know should talk about, or that they want you to talk about. And so I started to realize that too, especially going into 2026 when TikTok officially switched over to America and Benihana's and stuff. It changed completely. And then started YouTube in January. Well, Ben had a YouTube channel. I was doing other stuff during COVID and it went crazy, but then relaunched in the YouTube back in January. But I started seeing the same thing. And then I think I just started to embrace it a little bit more versus, you know, understanding that it is some type of government control and how they want us to talk about this for all the time. But I started embracing it a little bit more because I think it is like a huge issue that we are facing versus like these corrupt and evil people. And I think you know, I know I'm very appreciative, and I'm sure you are as well with your community, but I think it is necessary to have people like yourself and others being a voice for the people, trying to push for truth, even though it may seem annoying, because I'm sure you're like, man, I have 50 other things that I want to talk about. And I think you should, but I also don't think you should stop talking about Charlie, because I feel like in a way yes, they want us to continue talking about it, but I do feel like not talking about it also plays into their role as well. So I think what you do now and is amazing. Like, even though it may feel kind of suckish because you want to talk about a lot of other things, but I think a lot of people love to hear your opinion when it comes to this topic specifically, and I don't think you should stop.
No, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. And you know, one other thing that I find fascinating is you get different groups of people that have different theories, and when you let them present, and that's why I, you know, I try to be objective, and I'm willing to talk to anybody, you know, especially somebody like Gary, you know, because when you let people lay out their theories, whether it's somebody that thinks it was the left, somebody that thinks it was staged, somebody thinks it was Benihana's or the deep state, and you let them present the evidence, every single one of them is not just plausible, but it's very believable. Does that would you agree with that? I mean, the whole Tyler Robinson lone shooter, like that one, maybe not so believable, but but the idea that the left got radicalized and, you know, like that, I'll give it some grace. But you know, even then, you know, because I'm of the mind state that it's a uniparty. You know, for the most part, it's a uniparty. Like the people that really run things, they pull the strings on both sides of the political spectrum, the left and the right, and they just play us all off each other. You know, because when these guys go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, or they go to an inauguration or a funeral or a steakhouse even, or Bohemian Grove, they're not arguing about politics there. Like that's for show. That's for us. That's why I say it's like WWE. So there's clearly more going on. There's clearly some level of choreograph and theater that is designed to manipulate us. you know,
Yeah.
and that's why it is so important for people like you and me to have platforms amongst all the others that names we could rattle off, because we're still processing it too. We're trying to figure it out. And like, that's what these communities are all about. That's why I'll bring somebody like Charlotte on the stage, because it's like, we're trying to figure it out together. We're all trying to get to the truth. And it's important for people to realize that everybody is going through their own journey at their own pace. And just because somebody doesn't see it through your perspective exactly, or isn't at your pace with it, it doesn't mean that you should vilify them in any way. You know, you gotta give people a little bit of grace. And I've had to give people in my personal life a lot of grace, which makes me more patient with dealing with people that are pushing the Fed slop, even if I think that they might be feds.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that I'm huge on open dialogue with all sides. Yes. I think, you know, like I told you, I can definitely promise you now that I'll give Gary a try. But I think that was my only thing with some people like Gary, where I'm like, you know, it doesn't seem like you are someone that is you know, pushing for truth. They seem a little disingenuous. As long as you can hear me out, and which on X, it doesn't seem like it, but in the conversation you had with him, it was a different side of Gary. I will give him that. But
what you mean when he was on with me?
When he was on with you, he seemed a little bit more human-like. On X, he's just like, I don't know. He's just
I think that's because, and it wasn't in the beginning. In the beginning, his guard was up. His guard was definitely up. I didn't even know that we were live until we went live. And the truth is, I woke up sick that day. I felt like absolute shit. I was not able to sleep the night before. I had a splitting migraine. And I was telling him this right before we went live. And I had a whole thing of like notes. And I was just telling him, I'm like, listen, buddy, this is the best day for you to do this, because I got these notes. I can't even read them right now. I feel like crap. And I'm like, let's just, and then he's like, we're live. And I'm like, all right, here we go. You know, but as time went on, because it was a very long interview. And I think as time went on, when he saw that I wasn't trying to, that I didn't have any intentions of making things personal. Like once it plays out, like we're like an hour and a half in, because it did heat up pretty quickly, and the chat was at him pretty quickly. And instead of like trying to capitalize on that and like really hammer home all my points and just try to like make a fool out of him, I did try to give him the grace and let him explain his side and keep it respectful. And I think that there was a moment somewhere between like an hour and a half and 2 hours in that he identified, like he realized that. And that's when he let his guard down a little more. And then it got a little more jokey, a little more comfortable. And, you know, it went from there. And there are a lot of people that disagreed with me doing that. They think it was bad optics. And there might be some truth in that. But I think it was the right thing to do. I don't regret it. I think that if you're really gonna, you know, promote your channel the way that I do and say that this is not an echo chamber and that you want to be objective and that you want to find the truth, you have to be willing to be respectful and hear the other side out, regardless, you know?
Yeah, I agree. Because even if you go back and watch Lisa, I similar to what you're saying, like that I saw with you and Gary. I
don't know if I could have done it with Lisa. I don't know if I could have done it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know.
It's crazy.
So fucking annoying.
It's crazy, man. It was so she said her side, and I would say, okay, agree to disagree. We will move on to the next topic. She would completely blow my topic out of, like, wouldn't even regard it, wouldn't even think about it. She would just say whatever. And I'd let her speak.
See, and that's the thing. That's what people didn't like. Some people got upset with me. Like when we would hit like those agree to disagree moments, and they're like, Bays, no, keep at him. And it's like, why? Why? Like,
Yeah,
I
no,
know
I'm not
his
gonna do that.
position. He's
Yeah.
not changing his mind. His mind is made up. He's not, well, I'm just going to sit here and let him regurgitate the same thing and eat up all the clock.
No, yeah, I'm
or
not doing
just
that.
keep it moving and go to the next thing. It's like, I got him
Yeah.
on the record. It's like,
Yeah.
what's your take on this? This is, I make my points. This is what I think. He gives his take, and that's it. Next
Yep.
topic. Like, we were
Got
there
it.
for 4 hours and 45 minutes. Like, people don't realize this. If you go back and rewatch this and try to look at it more like a deposition than like an actual debate, and not look at it through the lens of like who won the debate, just pay attention to our positions and what we put on the record. Like,
Yeah.
that was like my mission there. And I thought it was mission accomplished. And the fact that I was able to do that and be on with him for 4 hours and 45 minutes after how freaking nasty it was behind the scenes and on X and whatnot before that. And that we not only were we able to do that, but come out of it with a level of mutual respect where the door's still open to do it again. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I thought that was a win.
Nah, that is a win from a civil conversation standpoint, and I'm gonna give my props to you because, I don't know, I don't like the guy, I don't know, I just hate, I can't stand how disrespectful he is on the internet, because I definitely would probably be like, don't be Mr. Nice Guy right here on this interview. Like I want to hear some of the disrespect that you've been saying on the internet. So it would be very hard for me. But
I kept that behind the scenes. I felt like if we were to air that out on air, then it would have been a spectacle. It would have been, you know what I mean? It would have been clickbait. It would have been for clicks. It would, like, that wasn't why I wanted to do that. 100%, and believe me, I could probably do that anytime. You know what I mean? But like, that's not what it was about, because I really want to get the truth.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why I do respect that, because I mean that's what it is. Like you said, I'm not going back and forth. I didn't go back and forth with Lisa at all. I got my points out, like you said, and if you disagree, I'll probably try to support my claim even a little bit more. But if you still disagree, all right, is what it is. She defended Erika when Erika was talking to the 15-year-old girl, and she defended every little thing about that. And I literally was like, Elisa, are you a parent? Are you a mom? She's like, yeah. I was like, would you want your daughter in this situation? She defended it. I said, okay, well, to each his own. That's your parenting style. I have mine. I would never allow that. But hey, if that's what you do, then that's what you do. So that's why I can 100% understand your perspective with the Gary thing. We'll see. I just know he's for sure rude as ever on X, and I just can't stand, personally, I just cannot stand
but that's
people
the thing.
that talk like that on the internet.
I was rude too. You know what I mean? I went at him. He didn't even know who I was. And then when we got on the phone, it's like, all right, what are we gonna do? And then we were like, look, it's not personal, like whatever. And then it's like, all right, and you just build off that. But and this is something that people are not going to want to hear, but it is. Well, I'm not going to say it's the truth, but it is a possibility. I mean, listen, I said it before. I think Tyler Robinson was involved to some degree, whether he knew exactly what he was involved in, whether he was set up, hopefully we're going to find out. But this idea that there is no possible way that was him, I find it highly improbable. Like, you look at those images of him on the of the guy on the staircase, it does not look like Tyler Robinson. But you look at the images in the car garage where it looks like it's a quad exhaust as opposed to a dual exhaust, and now you're seeing that with the camera angles, things were a little blurry, could have been distorted. I mean, listen, we can't rule out that there was some level of distortion with the camera footage, and that it was Tyler Robinson.
Right.
If it was, I still think it's a big if, because I don't think that he was the person in black. I don't. I'll just make that very, very clear. But he had to have had some level of involvement in this. And same thing with Lance Twiggs. I just don't see a scenario where the two of them are just not involved. Like, and there's clearly more going on here. There's more that went on. But when this trial comes out, we don't know what's going to happen. Just like we didn't know what was going to come out in the preliminary hearings. Trial is going to be a whole different ball game. You guys got to realize this preliminary hearing was just about the prosecution bringing up enough evidence to get it to trial. And there's been a lot of hype, on every side, and there's a lot of things that are going to get fact checked, and we don't know what's going to happen. Anybody that's saying that knows how this is going to play out, they're probably sadly mistaken. So I think that it's just important to keep that in the back of your mind and to just buckle up and prepare yourself mentally, because we don't know how this is going to go. And if this is some kind of choreograph, I mean, listen, a lot of people that believe that someone in the deep state took Charlie out and that Tyler Robinson wasn't meant to make it. If that's true, then anything could happen. But if things were choreographed and they're still playing out according to plan, which is also a possibility, we don't know how that story ends, especially if it's scripted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know where I stand. I don't think he's gonna make it, bro.
But what happens? What happens if how do you think the internet would lose its shit if Tyler Robinson's mother gets on the stand and says he confessed, or something crazy like that nobody sees coming?
I think the prosecution needs that. I know for me personally, that would help me believe the narrative more is the people that y'all swore up and down that Tyler Robinson confessed to, and his parents pointed him out on the TV, which was a lie. But if his parents were to go up there and testify and say this is what happened, then
or the parents go, I thought it was him, but I was wrong. I said it might have been him, and they exaggerated it. Like, we don't know how this is gonna play out.
But this is the thing, though. If I can't remember Donald Trump or JD Vance's perspective or stance, but all of the people, majority of the people that want Tyler Robinson sentenced to death and has been very vocal about if he doesn't get the death penalty, they're going to be very upset. That's
crazy. That's
crazy
is a whole other level of putting your thumb on the scale.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to say.
Never be done. That should never be done.
That's a crazy thing to say, and I think they're saying it for a reason, because they know the outcome. And I think that with everything that we know now, obviously it was only enough evidence for probable cause. But I'm like, dog, y'all gonna have to convince 12 people up there to unanimously vote for the death penalty. And everything that y'all have right now, I mean, I couldn't even say half would say Tyler Robinson is guilty, but yet alone 12 of them saying he deserves the death penalty. But the problem is, with everything that we have at the moment, if he doesn't get the death penalty, it's still going to be a loss for the Fed sloppers. So that's why I'm like, I just don't even see him making it to trial, because they want him dead. They've been vocal about that. So imagine they get up there and they say he doesn't get the death penalty. He's sentenced to, maybe he's sentenced to life. Maybe he's sentenced to 40, 50, probably life. They're not going to be happy about that. They've been pushing
or something happens to Lance Twiggs and there's a note that says, I'm sorry.
That would be crazy. I think that Tyler Robinson would have the note and he would be the one to go out. Lance Twiggs, I don't know, man. His connection is so weird. But I think Tyler Robinson would have the note in his jail cell. I'm sorry. And it's like another confession. I'm sorry to everybody and blah, 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 blah. And then case closed. It's done. Look, everybody, he wrote a note. He couldn't live with his guilt. It's over. And then, it's nothing really else to talk about from there.
But if this is a legitimate trial, they have to get everybody on the stand. They have to get the security on the stand. They got to get fucking Blake Neff's ass on the stand, Andrew Colvette. All these guys. Happening? They all got to take the stand. No.
Do you see that happening? No. There we go.
No. Blake Neff can't hold his own on an X space for a half hour. You think he's going to make it under a legitimate cross-examination?
Right. There we go. I agree. I don't think that's going to happen. And that's why I don't think he's going to make it to trial. I just can't see it. I can't see all of those people getting up there testifying. I don't see his parents doing it. I just don't see it, bro. I don't see it. It's hard to believe. I mean, the preliminary hearing wasn't really that hard to believe. I didn't really have this, he's going to do something before the preliminary hearing. That wasn't really nothing crazy. But once that preliminary hearing that happened last week, I said, nah, man, he's in trouble. He's in trouble because it didn't go well. Day 5 happened for a reason. The influencers went out and did what they did for a reason. Jack Posobiec is on a press tour lying to everybody for a reason.
I'm pretty sure that Nate, Valhalla VFT and Trigger Smart's coverage during the week, because they covered every minute of every day.
Yeah.
And I believe that their views combined made it the most watched coverage of the preliminary on YouTube. I could be mistaken. Don't quote me.
I believe it though. I was one of the people. I watched them every single day. That's why I saw you up there when you was on there. But I had them on every day while I was working.
I was very happy and grateful when they invited me too.
Yeah,
I thought that was awesome.
I don't know. They just got a lot to prove. Because obviously you got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt for so many different things.
There's so much reasonable doubt.
There's so much reasonable doubt, bro. And you're telling me
so much reasonable doubt.
You're gonna bring it all in and convince 12 people to all agree that he deserves death. That's a lot, dog.
And then think about it. If you're Tyler Robinson and you get off and you get out and you're free, what do you do? Bro, where do you go? Where do you go? Because you're gonna have so many people that still think that you did it, and then if you didn't do it and you weren't, because if you're Tyler Robinson and you didn't do it, that it's some like weird ass deep state conspiracy.
Bro.
And if you were able to outplay them and just show up and make sure they didn't off you, and now you got off and you're a free man and you're out in the world, like you got to look over your back for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I mean,
for the rest of your life.
If he didn't make it out the cell, out the gates.
If I'm him, I set up a GoFundMe. I live in a very populated town or moved out of the country, and I just start over and I cook all my own food. I don't go I don't go to clubs.
I would expect him to get on the stand. He'd be dumb to be honest if he didn't get on the stand. I'd get on the stand and tell it all. Just whatever story he got. I would probably start.
This is the problem though. If they put him on the stand, then he was involved to some degree, and he has to be honest. He's still going to get charged with crimes. He could still get charged with conspiracy and found guilty.
That's true.
And now you're throwing other people. You're potentially throwing very dangerous people under the bus.
Yeah, they
exposing them, and you're going to jail for a long time anyway.
Yeah, they wouldn't let him on the stand. You're right.
Think about it. They were so quick to offer Lance Twiggs immunity. Nobody ever offered Tyler immunity. No. Why is that?
No, you think Lance Twiggs gonna show up in court?
He better. How does he not get subpoenaed? How does he not get subpoenaed? If you're the defense team, like that's your star witness too. You know what I mean? Like, because I don't know if you saw my coverage of his testimony. I made, I think, 2 videos about it where I emphasize different things, and like I picked that whole thing apart. The whole thing apart.
Yeah, I did see
from the Dremel to the video games to them being in different rooms to even when he says, I got that scheduled message. How do you know that it was scheduled?
Right.
How do you know that it was scheduled?
Right.
And you said that you found the note under his keyboard. Okay. Well, I know that if you're at my keyboard and you get onto my computer, you got my Facebook, you got my Discord.
Could have texted itself.
Exactly.
I mean, they didn't even ask any of those questions. I mean, maybe the defense
ask him. Be like, have you ever used Tyler's computer before?
Right.
Does Tyler leave his Discord open? Hypothetically speaking, could you go on the Discord and you know what I mean? Like,
they didn't even ask him about the note being burned. They didn't even ask him that because remember he said I picked up the note and then I put it back down.
Yeah.
So where? How did it burn up?
Who burnt it? And why'd you take a picture of it?
Right. That's why I don't know. I feel like him coming to court or going to trial and getting on the stand. I don't know, man. I feel like that might be the same risk as putting Tyler on the stand.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine 3 years from now, Tyler Robinson's out, he's a free man, and you see him videos of him partying it up in Florida with Palm Beach Pete?
I don't see it, bro. I see him, unfortunately, I don't see him alive, man. I don't. I think his life ends either with the needle or they take him out. I just don't see it. I don't know, bro. I don't see it because then so many people would So, like I said, you have to imagine Donald Trump, all of these top people coming out saying, you know, one, they would probably blame the whole public and say, y'all the ones that'll let them free because all of these conspiracies.
Yeah, and then they're gonna pass new
Candace.
legislation to freaking more censorship.
Yep.
Come after all of us.
Yep. Instead of
I'll be working at fucking Costco.
It would be over. YouTube would probably be shut down. We wouldn't have anything anymore. And they would just blame us. So that's why I'm like, I don't really see that happening. And I also don't see them apologizing. So I just think that his life ends either in that cell or when he gets sentenced. And that's that. I don't really see it ending too good for him, bro. I don't know. Because I just don't see the death penalty. I don't see 12 people agreeing on that. It just doesn't. That don't make any sense.
No. But then again, nothing about this has made any sense from day one. From day one.
With a death penalty case, something that I've been seeing debated, with a death penalty case, is there ever a plea offered? Because obviously he has taken a plea.
What are they gonna say? Life with potential parole?
Probably.
Maybe you'll get out when you're 60.
Yeah, you know, we've
seen. But again, if Tyler didn't do that, how could he take that?
I mean, well, let's take the conspiracy, or let's take the theory of him. The theory I said before with the operation on Friday, all the influencers doing what they do, and Tyler Robinson says, "I don't want to take this to trial," and talks to whoever he wants to talk to. I want to take a plea. Like, so let's just say next week, after everything that's went on in this prelim, somehow Tyler Robinson's team is like, yeah, the prelim went absolutely terrible for us because that's what the Fed slobbers are pushing. And they're like, man, let's just take a plea. Let's not go to trial.
I don't think it went terrible at all. I think that they're in a much stronger position than I
anticipated. No, I agree. I'm saying the theory. Like,
hypothetically, that they're that distorted from reality speaking, and they think that they're gonna lose.
Yeah, hypothetically speaking, the defense is in on it, and the Fed sloppers are pushing the influencer operation on Friday, saying the prelim went great. The evidence is overwhelming. Let's just say the defense is in on it, and they're like, because of what happened Friday with your face all over the place and your face in 4K, let's take a plea. Is that an option? Or since it's a death penalty case, is that not an option and you have to go to trial for the death penalty to be tried at least?
I don't know.
That's what I've been trying to figure out. If because he hasn't taken a plea, they haven't, and it's kind of like the first time in a long time that I've heard somebody just not plead anything. He hasn't pled guilty or not guilty. He hasn't spoke. Nothing has happened. He's just had a prelim. We still have no ruling over that. He has not pled at all. So I'm like, what if he wants to plead like not guilty or guilty? Which one? I don't know. This is the first case that I've heard of the defendant not pleading anything in this long. It's been 10 months. He hasn't said a word.
And that's very telling too.
Yeah.
The fact that he hasn't pled not guilty. That's true. He hasn't pled?
Yeah, he hasn't pled at all.
How is that possible?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's weird. Possible? He hasn't pled anything. He has not said a word at all. You can look it up. He hasn't pled guilty or not guilty. I've never seen it happen before for this long. You know, usually when you see, you can compare like some of these, like, I mean, it's kind of tricky. It's no situation compared to this, but you know, typically these people that do these large crimes, they'll plead eventually. Like they're never just gonna wait to trial, and we just don't know.
Imagine he goes up and he's like, "Oh, how do you plea?" And he goes, "Don't kill me." That's his plea. Don't kill me.
Man, it gotta be. I don't know. It's strange.
But yeah, I
think you got some more supers too.
Yeah, we could read some more. Where are we at? Elena, $20 super sticker. Thank you very much. We got Dale, another $5. He loves his country more us. Angela, Oh yeah, and Angela's been wanting to see this collab for a long time. She's been wanting to see this collab. So happy to see this collab. Yes, yes, and I'm happy that you're here to watch it. I was really looking forward to this one. We got the fake Blake Bednars, and love that avatar. Tucker and Candace are all phony. They can't be trusted. I wonder if that's really Blake, just like that's his fake account.
This is definitely Blake. Blake been in a couple of times.
Awakening, he's been in the chat? Or you saying today or in general?
Today, but he's been in mine before too.
I didn't even see him. He popped up. He said the other day to send them a link, and I did. When I had Lala on. You got to talk to Lala sometime too. She's great. You would love her.
Man, I love hearing y'all go back and forth. It's hilarious.
Yeah, she's one of my faves. Awakening, $10 super sticker. Thank you very much. We got Dale again, $20, spoiling me tonight. I don't wholly disagree. However, we were all brainwashed at one point. However, I have to have faith in the awakening, or what's the point of any of this, right? Great discussion. Thanks for hearing me out. Be the light. Yeah, listen. And that's like what I was saying with Tucker before. It's like you can't just black pill yourself with every single person in every single scenario. Like you have to see a light at the end of the tunnel. You have to believe that there are people in power that are trying to get us there. You know, like the second you believe that they're all just working against us, it's like then, you know, the world becomes a much darker place.
But do you acknowledge that at one point in time they used to be against us?
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, just think about it. Before the internet, you had the news, the public education system, the mainstream media.
Yeah,
you know, six channels on the TV and the newspaper. Like that was what you got. They controlled all of the information. Now we live in a time where anybody can have a platform.
Yeah,
but they just control the algorithm. You know, there's some level of power of who gets the impressions and who doesn't.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so hard, because I'm like, man, you used to be a liar, so you're asking me for a lot.
But is is everybody really lying, or are they indoctrinated?
You
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this goes back to like people I know in my personal life that believe all this Fed slop. I know that they're not lying when they say that they believe it. It's they're indoctrinated. They haven't done the work. They haven't done the research. They haven't gone down the rabbit holes. You know, like me, I wasn't even working last year. I treated my research like it was a full-time job, because that was how passionate I was about finding out the truth about the world and learning as much as I can. You know, people that have, you know, bills and 9-to-5s and families to support, and they need to work, they're living check to check. They don't have the time to do that kind of work and to put in that time to research the types of things that I have, you know, like, and you have to take that into consideration with everybody. You can't cherry pick on who you think knows and who doesn't. Of course, people that are high up and been involved in this for a long time, you're going to know that they know something. They know at least a little more than we know. But
yeah, I can see that. I can see the indoctrination side. I just know they used to get paid for it, though.
They tried to fake it and it went bad. See, I don't know. I feel like if it was faked, it was faked. Case, $2. Thank you. Oh, that one I'm not gonna pull. It's another fake Blake with his favorite theory. You guys, if you follow him at all, you know what that one's gonna say. We got Danny. Hi, fam. Love watching you both. Truly, it's dope seeing all my faves collab. Q and J. What debate was CK second guessing with Army guy? What college?
Yeah, I can.
Before J.
I will look for that as.
I think she's referring to the 9/11 clip.
She's talking to. Was that the 9/11 conversation?
I think.
I think it was.
It was the 9/11 clip.
But I'll find it hopefully by the end of the night.
Yeah, that one will work wonders for the algorithm.
Because he for sure was. He was getting cooked in that debate.
Yes.
And, yeah, it was bad. That kid was killing it.
Danny again jumping over here as well to show some East Coast love from Florham Park, New Jersey. Love you both. Jay, you on the East Coast too?
Yeah, I'm in Charlotte.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Where you located?
I'm in New York.
I lived in Buffalo for 6 months. So
Oh, really?
Upstate, but yeah, New York's a beautiful place.
What was Buffalo like?
Bro, cold, snowy, windy. 24/7. Oh my gosh.
That's what I hear. We got Charlie's Angel again, $5. I apologize if I didn't give you credit for how amazing it was. I have fan clips ready to go, but then I just don't agree with Jesse on fire. We got Mesh, $2. Palm Beach, Tyler Robinson. Great collab, guys. Yeah. Yo, I'm telling you, he gets free. You might see that. Don't be surprised.
Here it is right here if you want to show the
I'll pull it. This is the last one. Oh, we got Kyle Wilbur. Bays is an op. Go back to the redheaded giant. Yeah, Special Agent Bays. I'm on it. Let me tell you. People are nuts.
Yeah, so there's the title down there. This guy right here absolutely cooks Charlie Kirk. I don't want to like play the whole thing because it's 16 minutes, but it's great debate. Charlie Kirk is
I never watched the whole thing. I only saw the clip.
It's real good. Charlie Kirk pushes the whole like, oh, the Benny Hanna hate is, you know, brain rot, and the guy's like, no, bro, I don't hate them at all. I'm sitting here just trying to tell you, you know, all the typical things that you hear now from like the Zionists and stuff like that. Charlie Kirk this was one of his last videos where you can tell, like we just talked about, whether he was lying or whether he was indoctrinated, but he's sitting there arguing his butt off, trying to prove his point that, you know, Benny Hanna is a great place and they do nothing wrong, and this guy just cooks him, and Charlie just deflects, and that guy definitely walked away a winner. However, you see Charlie's content start to change like right after this video. Maybe not directly after it, but that's when he starts questioning things. And like, I always go right back to this video and I'm like, maybe this was the one, man, where
well, they're all bundled up. Do you happen to know what date this interview took place? It had to have been around like the fall or the winter. I mean, that's when the video's posted. That could help us, but
it was
posted in April of 2025.
Yeah.
All right, so it was at least before April, which makes sense because think about it. SAS was only not that far.
I was about to say
not that far off.
Yeah. So yeah,
just
that's
a couple months before.
A great one. If anybody's bored tonight, about to go to sleep, just play that debate. It just gets you to understand Charlie's. You can see his wheels turning as he was getting cooked. You can see him being like, "Dang."
You know what's crazy? That hand signal that Dan Flood does right before. Yeah. You know what that means, right?
No. What does it mean?
F Zios.
Really?
Yeah, it's an anti-establishment gesture. There was a soccer player overseas that got like banned for 5 games for doing it.
Nah, I didn't.
Yeah, it was a comedian. I forgot his name. It was a French comedian that started doing it in like 2005, and then he got asked about it like after the fact. He's like, "No, that's not what it means." But there are a lot of people that say that that's what it means. That it's supposed to be a reverse salute.
But it wasn't Charlie's security, like.
It was Dan Flood that did it right before.
Yeah, but I'm saying, isn't his whole security team from them though? Like, aren't they like affiliated?
I don't know about that. There were rumors. There were rumors that Dan Flood was, but Dan Flood, he was actually from Chicago, like Charlie, but then he moved to Texas, and he was actually into gay modeling. He joined the military at 17, got out of the military in 2003, and then a couple of years later he was doing modeling for like gay magazines or some shit like that.
I think I did.
Wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
He's a character that I'm surprised hasn't received more attention from, like, at least Candace. I know she goes into all of these people. I'm surprised that he hasn't had a deep dive because he's an interesting one. Then I saw Stu Peters. He posted the other day. Well, yeah, he posted the other day that Mitch Snow sent Stu Peters a screenshot of his Ring doorbell camera, and to me it looks like Dan Flood.
Yeah, and then I found the pictures of Dan Flood. I sent it to Stu, and then Stu ran with it and posted it.
Over, he used your pictures, and
I sent it to him. And then I found out that Project Constitution and Kelly Raybon had put it out months earlier.
That's so tough. That's so tough. That is the tricky part about this space too, is that like I think a lot of people aim to be like the breaking news first person to report this, when I think that creates like a toxic environment when everybody's trying.
Yeah, I don't care too much. There have been a couple of occasions where I had like passed along information and got it out there, and like other people, and I'm just like, all right, you know what I mean? Like, because some people will be, you know, like when they worry too much about credit. And listen, it's totally valid. If you do the work and you find something out, then you know, like you're gonna want credit. But like in that case, you know, like I wasn't even the first one to dig that up, you know, so I'm not trying to point out every time, oh, this one got it from me or that one, you know what I mean? Like it's whatever. I'm just happy it gets out there. I just want the truth out there. I'm not, you know, I have a platform. I come on here like freaking 4 or 5 days a week going on my rants and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like I get to say my piece. I have my voice.
Yeah, I definitely don't pay attention to any of that noise. I think at the end of the day, it's only a few people who truly have like original content. Like you were the person that came up with this entire thing. Outside of that, it's recycling content, but with a different opinion on it. So, you know, I probably things that I talk about, a million people have talked about before, but I think what makes content interesting is hearing the voice behind what's being shown. So like you might talk about something that people have saw before, but I want to hear Baze's perspective on this. Instead, people be so focused and worried about the content itself. Oh, you used my video, blah, blah. And it's like, well, I'm talking about your video. You know what I mean? It's just have more faith in, not you, obviously, but I'm talking about some people. I'm like, bro, just have more faith in your own work. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's what I could understand Blake, you know, a little bit when it came to him really, really, really wanting Candace to platform his stuff. But I've said it before plenty of times on in my community. I'm like, dude, Blake, if you feel so confident in your work, like just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. If you feel confident in your theory, just keep doing it. Continue to bring more and more things to support your claim that Brian Harbaugh did it. Just keep doing it. If it's really great work, which it has blown up a few times for Blake, but if it's really great work, people will rock with you.
Did you see the video that Blake made while he was at UVU last week?
Yeah, I was watching your stream.
I thought that was crazy. I'm like, how did you do that? Where it's like 360? He's like, I'm a magician, bro. I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah, look at this one. It's Dan Flood.
Oh my God.
The most odd individual, the most dangerous man at UVU to some people.
What in the world? That is.
But again, when you're sitting there, when you see Hunter Kozak doing that stuff, like it looks like he's rehearsing, and then he's doing the weird motion, and you see in the shushing and this and that, and then you find out that the guy who did the signal right before is this guy. Listen. It raises some questions.
Yeah.
It raises some questions.
It does.
You know, and then you look at Erika Kirk's whole background with actressing and modeling and pageants. It's like, who are these people?
I mean, yeah.
Like, who are these people? What is the real agenda? What is the real point of all of this?
I think Erika is a part of something much larger. I'm sure a lot of people believe it too, but I think she's a part of something much larger than you know, what she's obviously leading on. I think she's a part of the, you know, the files. Not directly as far as like her name is on it and stuff like that, but you know, some of the things that Candace has brought forward with and Baron, some of the connections and other people as well that have brought
but even that, and you know, like when you talk about you know, credit and people doing work, there were people that were talking about that, myself included, for months before it got acknowledged. People forget the first couple of months, and there's different theories on this. Some people believe that Candace really believed Erika and believed in Erika and that she had to learn for herself. There are other people out there that think that she was like kind of covering her ass a little bit, like she wasn't going to go at Erika right off the bat, let things play out, get more information, more data points, and then when the time is right, bring it up. But like, you know, some of the controversy surrounding Erika Kirk came out right away. Out right away. There were people on the internet putting out videos, making posts about this stuff right away. And then it wasn't until, you know, Candace and Erika had the meeting, and then after the fact, when Erika's bringing Greg Laurie on stage for the Make Heaven Crowded tour, that all of a sudden Candace and Barron and some of these other creators are like, okay, like now it's appropriate to talk about this.
I agree.
And credit to them, because the people that think that they're just grifting and they're just trying to take Erika down and that this is all about going after Trump, it's like, listen, if that was the case, they could have came out swinging like right off the bat. Day one, hey, Romanian Angels, what do you know about this? You know what I mean? Like
Candace
they didn't do
nothing, but she didn't say nothing for a long time about Erika till like October, November. I think it might have been October. One of them for a while. But yeah, I agree. I remember I saw it on TikTok from somebody else that they immediately brought out the Romanian Angels thing. That was so crazy to learn. And then I didn't know about the Jeffrey connection. I didn't learn that until Candace brought up the Jeffrey connection, but the Romanian Angel thing, you're 100% right. I learned that.
The second I found out about the Romania thing, I was able to make the connections with the Jeffrey thing.
That's crazy.
Way back, because people don't realize. Okay, so the whole thing with Romanian Angels. All right, I'll give you a little. I'll give you the 411. All right. So everything with Romania started in 1997, 98 with Bill Clinton's Bucharest deal. So he made a deal with Romania that basically opened up the doors for America to start opening up and setting up NGOs in Romania. And there were dozens of them. And some of them were anti-trafficking. And some of the anti-trafficking ones there's direct correspondence documented in the Big E files, where you see people that are running these anti-trafficking NGOs are emailing with Jeffrey, and there's prices and code words, and people can make what they want out of that. But what I found very interesting about this day one, okay, is that, remember that video that they showed of Erika Kirk, and it looked like she was like some sort of CIA analyst or whatever, and people were like, what was she, in the CIA?
Yes.
It was the video. It was a short video. It was about 4 minutes long. It was called Black Start USA.
I remember that.
So there was a former CIA director that was in that video with her, James E. Woolsey. James E. Woolsey was a neocon. He was a conservative, and he was the director of the CIA for Bill Clinton for 2 years. During the same 2 years that a man named Mark Middleton brought Jeffrey Epstein to the White House to visit Bill Clinton. Then there was another huge breach of intelligence. I forgot the guy's name. It's like some foreigner, where basically it was a massive breach of intelligence, and they ended up cleaning out shop. They got a new director of the CIA. Certain people lost their passes and access to the White House. And then years later, Bill Clinton does this Bucharest deal, and Lori Franz-Vey is, Erika Kirk is one of the people that, it was like 10 years later. I think that her NGO was in 2007, but her mother, Lori Franz-Vey, she had ties to James E. Woolsey and had ties to all these other neocons and people in the military industrial complex, where they're basically making money off a lot of the security. Like after 9/11, when all this defense spending blew up and all these different companies are making all this money, Lori Franz-Vey was one of the people that was cashing in. And now, like, when you look at all the different people, like one of the people early on that was in Romania that had an NGO or was connected to an NGO was Greg Laurie. Now, Greg Laurie was tied to somebody else who had a case against him for things happening to children. And that's why there was such a controversy. And a lot of people say that, oh, Greg Laurie himself. It wasn't himself personally. It was another guy. I forget his name. It was like Paul. I can look it up later. But there was somebody else that Greg Laurie was closely affiliated with that had allegations against him. And the whole point is that when you look at the sphere, when you look at like the social circle of all these different people, they all tie together in one way or another.
Right. That is, I mean, as soon as you said you was diving into the files, I was like, I know Bayes got some stuff. And I think I heard you on a stream or a video before going into the connections of all of them. And I mean that, so do you think Charlie knew about all of that? I feel like it's hard to say no, he didn't know about any of it, but at the same time, that is some deep stuff to know.
The thing is with Charlie is why you have to ask yourself, would he have had a reason to look into those NGOs in Romania?
Not really.
Or would he have just been occupied with doing his tours and just trying to help the conservative movement?
Very occupied.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there would have had to have been an interest with that. And, you know, regardless, I've heard from multiple people, like people that knew Charlie, that say that he really did love Erika. Like nobody, there aren't really doubts about whether or not that Charlie loved Erika. But these, you know, a lot of these same people believe, you know, right off the bat that Erika was a little shady.
Yeah. And I also agree. I think that without knowing him like that, based on his content, it seems like he really loved her. He praised her all the time. There was one debate where she was never there, but there was one debate where he was like, yeah, man, and my wife, isn't my wife beautiful, everyone? My wife's, and he's looked to the side of whoever's there with him. He's like, my wife's good looking, isn't she? Like, and so I'm like, I mean, you know, for somebody to do that, you would have to think that he really, really, really likes her. I mean, when they came out at AmFest to close AmFest, when they would always sit up there, just him and her for their Q&As. I'm like, no, I can see that love. I know some people are like, they feel like he was in on the arranged marriage and stuff. I don't know about all that. I think he genuinely loved her. I know some people.
Well, from what I understand, Charlie had feelings for somebody else before Erika.
Yeah.
And for one, I've heard conflicting reports on why it didn't work out. But he was in a vulnerable place. And people need to, and listen, I'm not saying that Erika didn't love Charlie. I don't know Erika. I don't know any of these people. You know, they're not my neighbor. I didn't go to school with them. It's not my relative. I don't know. I just look at the data points over, you know, the long course of time. And when it comes to Erika, there's a lot of things that are just a little suspicious. Like even if you remember that first video where Charlie brings her out and she's like over the top, acting shy and nervous. Like, oh my God, I'm so nervous. You know, and it's like, wait, why are you so nervous? You did a pageant. You did a music video, you filmed a movie, you filmed a documentary, or the whole November Renaissance. I don't know if they actually filmed the movie or what stage they were in or whatever, but she has a lot, like you were on a reality show, you auditioned for another reality show. It's like, what are you so nervous? You've been getting you've been getting in front of the camera for like 10 years. Like, why would you be so nervous coming on and, you know, with your boyfriend? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's things just don't really add up. And then when you realize that Erika knew Tyler Boyer first, and Tyler Boyer was responsible for a lot of the hirings. Like, people got to remember, TPUSA started in Chicago. Okay. Tyler Boyer connected with Charlie Kirk and then moved it to Arizona. And Tyler Boyer was responsible for a lot of the staffing. And then after he got set up with Erika, all of a sudden there's all this money coming in.
Yep.
And then when you look at Erika's mother's ties with the military-industrial complex, and all of a sudden Charlie's the one who's showing up at the White House telling Trump he can't go to war with Iran, and he's, you know, doing interviews with people like Mark Harperin, where, you know, 2 months before he dies, where he's saying that, you know, they're talking about getting a bunch of young conservative males together and going around talking about why the Big E files are so important and try to persuade Trump for more transparency. Like, these are major problems, especially if the files do come out. And then all of a sudden you find out that there are certain people connected to TPUSA that have ties to people in those files or potentially in those files. We don't know because they didn't get released.
Yeah. I think I agree. She came in at a vulnerable time, and like you said, it kept him busy, not only with the typical things he did, but like in general, as far as the hearing that he was gone 300 days out of the year or travel 300 days out of the year, they kept him busy. And then, like you said, when Erika came in, the money changed. Her connections with all of these weird pastors and the pushing and weaponizing and manipulating scripture. And I think that's the dark part about it all, is that I think Tyler Boyer, or I know Tyler Boyer and everybody around Charlie, I felt like they knew he was a, heavy Christian value principle type man. And so bringing Erika in and having her manipulate all of that, because I don't even, everybody goes back and forth about the Charlie Kirk version thing. Obviously, it was confirmed he was, but the debate is that if he knew that Erika was or wasn't. But I just think based on what Charlie Kirk said to men in the crowd and how he told men what to look out for, what are red flags, what you should marry, what you should not marry, that made it seem like he didn't know Erika was getting down. You know what I mean? It makes me believe that he might have thought Erika was this Christian woman that saved her body for her husband at 27, 28 years old.
No, but that's impossible too. That's impossible too, because Erika dated Cabot Phillips, who was one of Charlie's friends.
Right. Did Charlie know that?
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
You don't think you would have found out?
I
personally
think
in a circle that small, especially if they were dating for more than a year, that nobody would have said. Nobody would have told Charlie.
I think that,
like, oh, you're dating Cabot's old girl. You know what I mean? Like, you don't think that would have got out?
From me to you and my circle to your circle, I feel like all of us in the chat would know somehow. But for some reason, we didn't learn this until after he was dead. So I don't know.
But we had no reason to learn. Like, Charlie would have a reason to learn. People love to gossip. Listen, we're all human. We're all human. You don't think that would have gotten back to him? Maybe,
man. So you think that? Oh man, it's just. I mean, some people might be into that. You know what I mean? I've given that.
And you got to remember, all these videos of Erika that are on the internet now, they were on the internet the whole time. You don't think Charlie ever stumbled across any of them? You really think he just didn't know who this girl was?
I mean, he said he was very vocal about her being in China doing charity work, but she was in China getting back.
And think about it. Her being in China is something that she didn't want out for whatever reason.
Right. So that's why I'm like, Charlie didn't know that.
If he knows that, you don't think he knows more?
But he didn't know that. He didn't know that she was in China getting back.
He was the one that came out. The video came out of him talking about how Erika was in China.
No, I'm saying what she was doing in China. He said that she was in China.
I don't think that Charlie thought that Erika was a virgin. Let's be real. Let's be real.
What I'm saying
you got to remember there's an age gap there too. Charlie was 28 years old. Charlie was 31. Erika's my age. Erika's 37 right now.
Right. So
if he's 26 and she's in her 30s,
he was younger than that. He was like 24, 23, 24.
No, they got together around 2018, maybe 7. Yeah, maybe 24, 25.
Yeah.
Still, so she's 30. She's 30.
30, yeah.
She's 30.
Trust me, any normal person would know that there's no way. But when I heard him talk about her being in China, he genuinely believed she was in China doing charity work. But we know now that she was in China with her boyfriend, like with her Hooper boyfriend every day. So Charlie didn't know that. So I'm like,
well, we don't know what he knew or what he didn't know. I mean, obviously, he's not gonna promote. That. Oh yeah, back when my wife was getting banged by so and so. You know what I mean? Like that might be a part. Like a little discernment goes a long way. You know what I mean? Especially when it's your wife and the mother of your children.
Yeah. So, but this
is the thing too. And this is what drives me crazy. Okay, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that Charlie was this genius and that he was the smartest person in every room that he walked in, and then act like fucking Erika Kirk and Blake Neff and Andrew Colvette were all conspiring against him and that he didn't see any of it coming. You know what I mean? Like,
but I also feel like the difference between street smart and book smart. Like, I feel like he was book smart, but I think street smart, he had none of that. You know what I mean? He wasn't able to read people. He wasn't able to see if somebody was going to deceive him. He didn't know what bad money was. All money ain't good money. I don't feel like he was on game with that. I feel like he was.
I think Charlie was a lot more street smart than people give him credit for.
You think so?
Yes.
Because when
100%. Think about it. He is in politics. He is in basically mainstream media. He is swimming with the sharks. You don't get to that point. You don't get to where he's at with that type of IQ and that type of pattern recognition and not have some level of street smarts. You just don't.
So then why he married Erika if he got street smart? He should have understood. He should have
read her. I think my personal theory on that is that Erika was gorgeous, that he was vulnerable. He had just gotten his heart broken. He had people surrounding him on a day-to-day basis vouching for her, and that she was great for business. She was great for the movement. The second she came in, all these donors came in with her. I think that it made sense.
So what about this is another point. What about the video of him talking about he never had access to his social media? Like that ain't street smart for me. That's like, are you dumb, bro? That's crazy.
I don't know if I buy that.
He said it in his own interview.
I don't know if I buy that.
He said I don't have access to my Twitter. I have to
that's an easy way to write some stuff off. That's an easy deflection. Like it's like when Tucker, is sitting there, like when Jimmy Dore is going on a rant. It's like, oh, really? You know what I mean? Like one of those moments.
Because he said that
I had no idea. You know what I mean? Like, you got to remember, the guy is still getting in front of the camera. He's under public scrutiny every single day. I just think, but you don't have to take more bullets than you need. That's a bad analogy. I should have said that. But no, but seriously.
But he said that.
Why put yourself out there to take more hits than necessary? If you could just deflect it.
He talked about it was a couple of weeks ago I saw it. But he talked about that with somebody. He was like, yeah, I don't have access to my Twitter. If I want to tweet something, I have to ask, to tweet this out. Sometimes they deny it, sometimes they approve it. And I'm like,
maybe for a business Twitter.
No, his own Twitter. He said that out of his own mouth in an interview.
I don't know.
I gotta send it to you when we get off of here.
Yeah, maybe.
He said that. He said, yeah.
But this idea that he doesn't have any like fake, like think about it. Most people, I don't. I just use all my regular socials, but a lot of people, they have like troll accounts so that they can look stuff and not get spotted. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like this idea that Charlie Kirk just kept himself oblivious and in the dark to what was happening on social media. I don't believe that for a second. His entire job was persuading the youth. The youth gets all their information from social media. He has to know. Otherwise, he can't do his job properly.
That's what he said out of his own mouth. I can't wait to send it to you to hear your thoughts.
No, I understand what you're saying, and there's other reasons, especially with all the money he's got coming in, his public persona, every tweet matters. You know what I mean? But this idea that he didn't have any accounts, like he just didn't know what was going on social media. It's like when Lance Twiggs said that he didn't know that Charlie got shot until someone sent him a link. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Now, yeah, you're right. I do think Charlie was aware of what was going on
100%.
Around the world and on social media. But like, yeah, when he said that, I was like, I mean, that's a red flag. So that's why I say I'll give him all the credit in the world when it comes to book smart. But I just genuinely don't think, as far as reading people, even when I go back and listen to, like, I definitely pay attention to like Candace stories when she talks about her and Charlie Kirk specifically and how they were. And she was talking about like one of their fallouts was her trying to tell him that all money ain't good money and you shouldn't take money from this person and that person. But Charlie took it anyway. And I'm like, yeah, bro, like that's a street smart type of thing. The money coming in, don't get me wrong. I couldn't even imagine being 25, 24 years old and seeing millions coming into your account. It's on his 990s. He was a six-figure person on paper, probably more off paper. So I could imagine being that young. First of all, I couldn't even imagine being that young, making that much money. But that's what I mean by like some of the street smart stuff, because he's just taking money left and right. And then on top of that, you got this girl that is just a complete fraud when it comes to who she really is. And you're on stage telling men who to pick as your wife and who's a red flag. Whole time you're describing your own wife when you go down the list of red flags. I just feel like as a man, even if I knew I was lying, right? Let's just say I knew my wife. I'm not oblivious. I know her past. I'm just embarrassed to really speak about it. Let's just say that's true. I don't think I would be on stage saying all of this stuff, knowing deep down, unless Charlie Kirk's a liar, but unless I know deep down, like, bro, I'm not going to say what to look out for, what not to look out for when I literally wifed up somebody that are all the red flags that I'm pushing out right now. I just don't feel like Charlie Kirk would do that.
Well, you know, he could have found more out later. And that could have put a strain on the marriage. I mean, let's not forget they said that the night before he slept in his daughter's room.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like that happens a lot. That happens a lot. That happens a lot too, guy. Well, listen, that's the naive part I'm talking about. But that's not a matter of street smarts. That's a guy thinking with his dick and being optimistic because.
But that's what I'm saying. When you street smart, you know how people move in the street. That's what I'm saying.
Even the most street smart people will fall for the wrong girl from time to time.
Absolutely, but I just feel like I mean, again, this was his first real girlfriend, so that's why I'm using more so like he was naive because this is his first. Again, I'm gonna say naive with this because like, bro, you're 24, you have this 28, 29-year-old throwing herself on you. She used to date somebody in your company. Let's just say he knew that and let it go. I don't know why. That's a complete red flag. I don't know what she's pushing as far as her body count, if she a Christian. It's just so many things that were red flags in Erika's life that he just ignored. Tyler Boyer and her knew each other before you met Tyler Boyer. And do you think Charlie know that? I don't know. But if he did know that, ding, 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 red flag. Why the heck do you know Tyler Boyer before I met you? Like, how do y'all know each other? How does Tyler Boyer's parents know your parents? Like, those are the things where I'm like, dog, did you vet your girl before you wifed her? Those are things that I just would not allow. I'm about to sleep next to you every single night. You think I'm not finna know what you was doing in Romania? I don't care if I know every single detail. I'm not finna let you tell me you was doing. And again, I know you said that he could have known that she was doing some real charity work in China. But there's no way. There's no way I'm finna find out about what you was actually doing in China. And let's just say he actually knew, wifed her, and then go on stage and say, fellas, y'all don't want a girl that's posting their body all over Instagram. And when your wife used to be a model, and I can Google naked pictures of her right now, not naked, but like, you know, not a lot of clothes on right now. But you're going to go on stage and say, fellas, you don't want a girl that's going on the reality TV shows. Are you serious? Your girl was on a reality TV show. You don't want your girl pushing feminine, like all this other stuff. I'm like, dude, you're describing Erika and you wifed Erika. What are you talking about? So that's why I'm like, were you lying? Were you naive?
Well, that's the thing. That and that's why that the whole topic of him being with Erika creates a giant fork in the road with people's theories. Because you have some people that just believe that he was gullible, he was naive, he was living the Truman Show, and then they turned on him. Then you have other people that think, hey, like, Charlie was a pretty smart dude. Like, he probably knew if everybody else is acting, maybe Charlie's just the best actor. No, but I'm serious. That's what a lot of people think that that's a possibility. And then there are other people that think, hey, maybe he bought it in the beginning, and then all of a sudden he realized, and it put a strain. And then that could have been part of the reason why he's lashing out more, especially since Erika was at that meeting with the Hamptons. Maybe he thought that she was going to have his back and then didn't. And then they got BB on the phone, and now it's like a real breaking point. And he's like really ready to freaking go the other way. You know, like all these different theories are valid when you look at the information in front of you. And that's what I was talking about earlier, how you could have different people with different objectives, and they can all be believable based on the evidence that we have.
Yeah. I do
You
believe
know,
that.
and and that's what makes this case so fascinating and why so many people are captivated and you have so many differences. It's always making for a good conversation. You
Yeah.
know, like it's always like I said before, it's like a mind fuck.
Yeah. I do. Yeah, I agree
And
with that.
that's what makes it feel like a psyop.
It definitely is, bro. It's every angle of this story has like its own side quest. Like it's every single angle. It don't matter what you look at.
It's like watching one of those movies where they show you like different perspectives from each scene.
Yes,
You know
yes,
what I mean? Like different
yes,
characters, and it's like it's seeing it their way, and then it's not till the end where you get like that missing piece that ties it all
yes.
together. Like that really is how it feels.
Yeah, it is.
Kind of like the movie Snake Eyes.
Yeah, yeah. I literally had to watch it after everything went down because that's 100% how it is, bro. I don't know, man. It's all crazy.
Couldn't
It's
have written
all
it better
crazy.
if it was a script.
You said what?
I said you couldn't have written it better if it was a script.
No,
The way
no.
it's all played out. It's like it's insane.
Bro, you couldn't. Every little, like I said, every single angle. I would have never thought that his wife was gonna be strange, and I would have never thought that dang near everybody around Charlie is nothing against gay people, but like everybody around Charlie is somewhat in the closet, and then
And you know what the real shame of it with Erika is too? When you look back at her interviews before she was with Charlie, she seemed like a really sweet girl. She
she
seemed
did, yeah,
really sweet,
yeah,
really fun, really spunky, you
yeah,
know? And then all of a sudden she's with Charlie and it's like it just all seems like an act. And then all
yeah,
of a sudden Charlie's not with us anymore and it's like a really bad act. And
yes,
it's
yeah,
like I'm just dying. I just want to see like the real Erika Kirk just get on stage, say fuck it and just let it rip.
yeah.
You know
Because
what I mean?
that's the real her. I think she's been,
And I
you
want to
know,
know why she's not.
it's weird, bro. Like even like her wardrobe, as simple as that. I'm like, when Charlie was alive, obviously you've gone through things, but you don't go from like this floofy dress type of girl to like you looking like Denzel Washington, every other day. Like it's crazy, bro. Like she used to be, just like dressed very beautiful and fruity and stuff. And I would be like, oh man, that's so great. But it was almost like she was putting on this persona as like the housewife. And look, girls, like you can take care of your husband. And she always used to talk about, I'm gonna make sure dinner is made for him and just being that traditional wife. But then when he died, it was, hat on, like a black button up all the way up here with black jeans. And I'm like, are you les? You know what I mean? Like, what's happening? Like, how does that change? I understand your mood can change. If we're just saying, like, let's just say she's not in on it or, not suspicious, your mood can change. You lost your husband, whatever. You didn't have those clothes in the closet. You know what I mean? You went and bought those weird clothes. Charlie would not allow you to come out of the house looking like that. So I'm like, you went and decided to buy those weird that wardrobe that she now goes around and speaks in. So that's why I'm like, I don't know, bro. This seems like it's kind of hard to say like this is the real her because, like you said, I feel like the real her was before Charlie, and she seemed so bubbly, and she dressed just like how she dressed with Charlie. She was very girly. She had her little tomboy era when she was in college with basketball and stuff, but she was very girly, pretty, all this other stuff. But now, bro, she ain't even trying. Like she just
Well, you know what it is when Charlie was still here and they were getting on stage together. She was still playing that role of like
yeah,
the good Christian wife.
yes,
And
yes,
then, but the spotlight wasn't on her. There wasn't a reason for it to be. And then all of a sudden, Charlie's not here, and she's the CEO. And there's all this suspicion about what really happened to Charlie. And then a little weirdness from Erika. And all of a sudden, Erika is the center of attention, and everybody's digging deep, and there is a lot to find. And instead of her coming out and being honest about her past and just transparent, saying like, "Yeah, I had a past. this is how my life was, and then I got a little older, I started getting towards 30. I met Charlie and he changed my life. He changed my perspective on everything. He knew who I was. He knew about my past. He accepted me. He loved me. And I'm forever changed. If she'd have said that, she never would have got the backlash that she got. But instead, she's going on reading the script with Barry Weiss at the town hall meeting, and she's like, "Well, when I was in New York, I wasn't dating. If you're gonna date a guy like Charlie, then you got to be the kind of girl that Charlie wants to date. Are you talking to your pastor? Are you saying your prayers? You could be with your, you got to be with your children." And everybody's like, listen to her, like, "Yo, like, what the fuck are you talking about?" You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they really set her up to fail. They really set her up to fail. And she knows it. She has to know it.
I mean, I said this the other day with somebody, like, there's no way, she's not her own. She's her own person too. So I just feel like when it seems like they're setting her up for failure, it's like, how are you not identifying what's going on? And then maybe realizing that you're being weird or whatever your team set you up with. They set you up to fail, so maybe you improvise on stage. It's like she just goes with it. Like the day that she said she was addressing the nation after that weird White House thing that went down at the correspondence dinner.
Oh, where she was, you're talking about when she was dressed like Sarah Connor in Terminator 2?
Bro, yes.
With the black hat.
There's no, let's just say somebody set you up with that. There's no way you walked in there and said, good idea. Good idea. I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna go out here, and then I'm gonna also look weird and do the eyes thing. So that's why I'm like, you have to be in on the psyop too, because like, there's no way you saw all that and you put it on anyway, and you went out there and you still perform. Versus like I'm sure.
And then you also got to think about this. You see the contrast in how she was before Charlie and how she was after Charlie, and now, and how was she behind the scenes? If she couldn't fool us for 2 minutes, how would she have been able to keep that act up with Charlie behind the scenes? It's not possible.
I don't think it's
not possible.
I don't think it's possible. I think I don't know how Charlie felt, but I just feel like it would be very annoying and frustrating. She probably was what she's doing right now. I feel like is what you would get behind the scenes, a very serious, annoying, kind of creepy individual. Like them eyes they didn't just start doing that. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like when cameras are off, her eyes have always been a little scary. I joked with somebody about like Charlie, you wake up next to your partner some nights and sometimes they're already awake. You know what I mean? Like it happens. I'm like, imagine waking up and Erika's already awake and she's already like looking at you like, that's weird. Like that's just kind of scary when I think of it. Or when she's like mad around the house. I don't know, but I agree. I think she's I think all of that was performative when she was on stage. But I've also said before that, again, whether Charlie was naive or lying or what, but they had no right to be on stage giving out marriage advice when they only been married for 3-4 years. That's just not, they did that all the time.
But that's the job. That's the
right. That's what. Yeah, that was the job.
The shtick.
Yeah, and they got money off of that. But I'm like, dog, y'all been married for 3-4 years. That's not a blueprint. And then when Charlie died, Mikey McCoy, Turning Point USA, everybody that I think when their anniversary came around, which was weird because I'm like, he's dead. You don't do anniversaries no more. But when that came around, Mikey McCoy and all of these people, they did their mass tweets of everybody getting the email saying, please tweet about Erika today. And everybody was like, Charlie and you had the blueprint marriage. I looked up to y'all marriage, blah, 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 blah. I pull up Mikey McCoy's marriage. He's been married the same amount of time. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm like, what blueprint marriage was y'all looking at? Like, that's all part of the act. They was only married for 3-4 years. You can't speak on a blueprint marriage.
But Jay, this is what I'm talking about with data points. Everything is a factor in the equation. You just break it all down to math. You start, and it's not about finding out exactly what happened, when, and where, but you get all these data points together, and then you start ruling things out.
Right.
And that's why this idea that Charlie never knew about Erika's past, it's like, I'm sorry, I ruled that one out a long time ago. There's just no way.
Yeah, I mean, I know I would never, I would have known. So I would like to think he knew. It's just like, dang, bro. I also don't know if I can go on stage every year, multiple times a year, and give men advice on women knowing I'm lying. So then I'm like, Charlie, were you lying the whole time? Is that part of your act? Because you definitely went on stage and described what red flags are and told all men not to marry that. And that's how you got your wife. You wifed up a red flag. So what are we talking about? Like, I feel like at this point you should tell the men, well, one, probably tell them nothing because you're not really leading by example, but you shouldn't be out there listing off red flags if you truly knew everything about your wife. Or was he just a liar? Which one are we going with?
I don't know. You know, like I said, there's just so much. Like, we could literally like sit here talking all night, and not just about with Charlie and Erika, but a lot of these different people involved.
Yeah.
And I mean, you were talking about Mikey McCoy before, but what about Rob McCoy?
Oh,
after Charlie got hit, Rob McCoy went right on Fox News, and he's like, "This was obviously, in my opinion, a professional hit." You know, it's like, and then like 2 days later, "This was obviously Tyler Robinson." It's like, wait. You just said it was a professional hit. You know, he gives the sermon. He's like, "I was so proud of my son, Mikey. He was covered in blood.
Yeah.
He was a real leader. He was directing everybody." You know, and then like a day later, it's like you see Mikey on the phone just walking away, like all nonchalant, like he's just drifting off into the sunset. You know, it's like, yo, what is going on? What is going on?
There's too many characters in this story to keep up with, bro. Everybody's weird.
Finding out Blake Neff used to work for Stu Peters. It's like, wait, what?
I couldn't believe it. When I found out that really threw me for a loop, bro. Because and that, you know, I guess sorry to Tucker, but Stu was the one that definitely I was like, dog, I really can't trust any of y'all. Because why am I figuring all of this stuff out through Barron? You know, Barron's over here talking about Blake with Stu, and I'm like, dog, everybody's connected. Everybody. I just found out today. From Brandon Tatum, a clip, I forgot who it was, posted a clip of Brandon Tatum talking with somebody about Candace. And he said that his company, and this is public information, everybody already knew this, but this last part I didn't know. He said that his company does all of Candace's merch. And so, you know, that's one thing, because it's like he talks so much crap about Candace in a disrespectful way. But him and Candace are consistent when it comes to we're great friends. We love each other.
They started Blexit together.
Right. So that's all. And I told you already, those are my first two people that I was really getting into. So and they were great friends and all the other stuff. But the way he talks about her now is like crazy for her to still say he's a great friend. But that, again, that's part of the act. Candace knows how the act goes. So she's probably okay with Brandon doing all of that. However, Brandon was like, you know, I do all of Candace's merch. His company does. And he was like, you know, Candace is a huge client. We don't ever really talk to each other. We have teams that do that, which makes sense. He's the owner of it. But he said that when there's ever like a big issue or something, he goes straight to George. He doesn't even go to Candace. He goes to George, his Candace's husband. He goes to George, and then they settle out whatever they got to settle out, blah, blah. And I'm like, dog, everybody's connected, bro. I'm like, now George is having George is having conversations with Brandon Tatum when they have merch issues. I'm like, oh my gosh, bro. Everybody is just, I don't know, man. Everybody's connected. And then don't forget, Blake Neff also worked for Tucker Carlson too. So it's like Blake Neff worked for Tucker Carlson, worked for Stu Peters, and then worked for Charlie Kirk at the peaks. Well, maybe not peak, but at the height.
And Tucker Carlson's partner, who helped him launch the Tucker Carlson network, he, I believe, was the former chief of staff for Dick Cheney, or he worked for Dick Cheney. But that's not too big of a surprise though, because Tucker's ties and everything, like,
yeah,
like big time neocon. But it's like, Cheney. You know, like I don't know.
It's crazy, bro. I don't know. I think that's why I just have and I agree with you when it comes to like somebody up there in that space that does have the platform and the subscribers, the followers, the supporters. Somebody out of them has to be for the people. And I do agree that Tucker is that person for us right now, and others as well. But I just think, yeah, that's where like the trust issues come from. Just I'm like, you know, Blake Neff is not really somebody that I connect myself with. He's a known liar. And now you put him on with Charlie Kirk and vouch for him with Charlie Kirk. All of these people that are up there used to work for a show that, to your point, was either indoctrinated and they were being paid to push whatever. And now they've had this awakening. I don't know. Just know this, bro. I trust you more than Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, anybody you can think of. That's just how I am. Because I'm like, you feel more authentic. You would speak about whatever. And this goes to all other, you know, podcast content creators, independent people. Like, I have more faith in us versus no shot or dig at Tucker at all. But I just have more faith in us just because of the authenticity, bro. Like with Tucker, I'm like, and Megyn and whoever else, I'm like, dog, you used to get paid to lie, whether you knew you was doing it or not. I don't know. I can't speak on that, but you used to get paid to lie. So, I mean, you know.
Well, here's what I could say about this, because I am now a Christian. It was actually through all my research that started with the files that like I really found Jesus.
That's dope.
But I could never get on a stage and talk about how, you know, I spent my 20s, my teens, 20s, and early 30s living a Christian life.
Right.
It's like, you know, and that's why I don't judge. Like, I don't judge Erika for her past or anything. Like, it's nothing like that at all. It's just keep it real. Keep it real. Because when you guys just take us all for assholes and you just, you know, and the sad part is the reason that they do it is because it works, because there are enough people out there that believe it. There are enough people out there that believe it. I posted a thing the other day saying that Erika Kirk is going to burn in hell, which I shouldn't have done. That was going a little far. I
saw that.
Like I said, I was having a very, very bad week between the no AC, kids sick, wife sick, my dad's here, a million things going on. I'm watching this preliminary hearing. I see the video that everybody coming out like, yeah, we saw it in 4K, blah, 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 blah. It's like, listen, like, enough is enough. It's like Erika Kirk is going to hell for this, you know? And then all of a sudden, there are people trying to blow me up and not necessarily dox me, but like just putting my name out there and some real low blow shit somebody did. They got a picture of my dead brother and put his name out there and said he's in hell. And I'm like, wow, like people are really, really getting personal. And then I took a minute to reflect, and it's like, am I going too far? Like, is that what I get for going too far? And maybe I did, you know, but it's just, like I said, it's just like another data point. Like, depending on what your perspective and what your viewpoint in this situation is, when you see people on the other side that have views so strong, so conflicting with yours, and you really believe what you believe, there are people that are going to make it very, very personal, and they're going to view you as the bad guy. Like, I mean, whoever did that, like finding that picture and putting it out there, number one, it's a piece of shit move. Like, that's crossing the line. You know what I mean? When it comes to the dead, especially someone who's not even a public figure or been gone for a long time, you don't know anything about the person. Like, that's low blow scumbag shit. But at the same time, it's like, maybe that's how they're viewing me. You know, like they see me like I'm some grifter who's making a channel, capitalizing off this person's pain, and I'm saying that they're going to go to hell. Like, I don't know other people's motivations. I don't know how other people think and what's going on in their heads. So it's just wild. And that's why I try to be objective. But like, when it comes to a lot of the stuff we've seen from TPUSA, there's just no excuse for it anymore.
No,
There's just
I mean
no excuse. Like
that.
you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You know, like at some point, people got to take some fucking accountability and just tell it like it is.
That's all. I mean, that's the only thing I've been preaching the same thing with my community. I'm just telling everybody feels the same way. It's like nobody cares about your past. Like it's crazy, yes, but like everybody is granted forgiveness. So come out, acknowledge it, you know, because these are serious. Acknowledge it, face it, let us know that, you know, however you feel about it, whatever it is, and then we can move on. But not saying anything about some serious allegations like this, but you want to come out in under 12 hours when Project Constitution accuses her of having a boyfriend. She comes out in under 12 hours to debunk that and says, I don't have a boyfriend and blah, blah. And I'm like, well, how about come out with these children allegations and just let us know what happened with that. When you don't do that, I'm just gonna assume everything that they say is happened. But how about come out and say whatever you was doing in Romania, well, whatever all of these different things that are going on, just admit it. But that I think that's my biggest thing with TPUSA. I definitely always try to keep it respectful and not personal as far as like attacking somebody's like anything that whoever did that to you is crazy. You know what I mean? I try to, no matter how bad it is and how annoying these people are, I don't ever try to do anything like that. But you know, when
I always feel like family should be off limits, and especially kids should be off limits too. And that's why even with all the content that I made, listen, like I said, as far as like, you know, the pictures go of the kids, and you know, there was a time where there's a lot of people questioning, like, is it even their kids? You know, and I had like put it this way, I could have made some very, very good content sensationalizing it, but it would have been content. You know what I mean? Like whether it's right or wrong, unless I can actually prove something that's pertinent to the case, it's like that I feel like is crossing a line. Like that is like really like paparazzi grifting territory. Like I'm not that guy.
Yeah. And that's why it was tough with Gary, because one of his points was always like, oh man, y'all are bringing up the kids, y'all are weird. And I would say it like plenty of times. I'm like, first of all, I don't really care about their kids. I have children myself. I don't want their faces everywhere. The point is, y'all brought up this picture to prove that she was somewhere and not somewhere else, allegedly planning her husband's assassination. And so when she brings up this picture and these kids aren't hers.
Well, no, if they bring up the picture, and you have something that you want to call out on it, that's different. That's different.
Right.
But like, getting a whole compilation of every picture that you could find and putting it out there and trying to like, you know what I mean? That's like,
because people were doing a lot. They were going to her page and doing side by sides. And I'm like, I'm not gonna do all that. I'm just gonna say I went to her page. And just to make sure her 18-month was not the size of this kid, and I just let it go. And I also have kids of my own, and I'm like, I can tell that's not an 18-month-old. But yeah, some people did like.
One thing that I found interesting with the pictures, a lot of the pictures that I found, they all came out after Charlie went down. Like there was like a flood of them that all came out around the same time. And when you look at them, and you look at like the size of the kids and everything, like and pay attention to like the hair, and then try to track the background of where they could be and cross-reference it to places that you could put Charlie and Erika at in the last year, there were a couple of inconsistencies. And things that I found to be inconsistencies.
Yeah.
And it's like they're here, then they're there. It's like, all right, I know Charlie was here. I know he was there. If this picture's taken here, that means it was taken on this date, and this one's before, and this one's after. And, you know, like, there's a lack of consistency.
Yeah. And see, like, that's the part where, like you said, you're doing your own research on it, and that's completely valid.
Yeah, not all the research that I do ends up making it to a YouTube video.
And then, I mean, like I said, it's 100% valid research, because that's what I was telling, you know, Gary and Lisa. I'm just like, dog, when when you have alibis, one crazy thing that you should probably not do with an alibi is lie. Because it makes you look very suspicious.
It's not really an alibi anymore, now is
right.
it?
So it's like if Tyler Robinson was truly the lone gunman, then there shouldn't be alibis that are failing and all of these things going on. So yeah, I mean, I thought that was like another level of sick and another level when it comes to lying is when you're like, I was with my kid. Well, speaking through Andrew was like, look, she was with her kids. It's right here. And then Gary, I think you said you didn't see the stream, but Gary was like, look, everybody, he's showing a screenshot. And then at the bottom, Andrew texted, don't show this.
Gary, I heard about that. I heard about
that.
Yeah,
then Gary was like, oh, well, I guess I wasn't supposed to show it. So then it makes you think, well, why not? That's because Andrew knew that it wasn't her kids. You know what I mean? He just wanted Gary to read it out loud. But then that makes me just think about so many things. Like, why are we lying on kids? Because now you're the one that's making people look into who your kids are and all that. I don't really care whose kids were what, if Charlie had them, I don't really care. I'm just like, listen, the lady, everybody was wondering where she was September 8th and 9th. And it's just a data point that she tried to say that she was going for a walk with her kids and they weren't her kids. I think that's very concerning. Like, that's crazy. I would never do something like that, nor would I ever. Those aren't her kids, right? So I'm also not going to take a picture of random kids and send it to Andrew Covett. Like, that's weird too, because I'm like, Gary was like, well, clearly the boy is not hers. She was on a play date. And I was like, so she took a picture of a random boy and sent it to you? That's weird too. What do you like? You might as well just scrap the whole thing. It never happened. Like, they just kept trying to make sense out of it. And I'm like, dog, y'all are making it so much worse by saying that it was her 2 kids. Now it's not. Now it's only one of them. It's weird, man. I don't know. It's weird. Somebody asked they wanted to see a picture of the picture that Gary posted, and I'm just looking for it.
No. We don't.
You don't want to, because Gary posted it. It's public information.
I don't want to post it on the stream. I don't want to post it on the stream. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Maybe we'll do that in the members only. Jay, do you have any gas in the tank?
Say again.
You got any gas to the tank to come to the after party? We went a while. Yo, thank you, by the way. We've been going almost 4 hours. I did not expect that. I thought we were gonna go like 2.5 hours tops. And this is bro. And I could talk to you all day. Like, this is I'm glad that we did this now. I wanted to do it sooner, but I'm glad that we got to do it after the preliminary hearing. And I've been really enjoying this.
Yeah, if my son wasn't waking up, he wakes up early, bro. I got a 3-year-old. He wakes up early. If he wasn't gonna wake up early, I would have gas.
I know. How many hours of sleep do you get?
On the average, my stream usually ends around 1:30. So probably about 4.5 to 5 hours, because I usually wake up around like 6:30, 7 o'clock after I go to sleep about like 2:15. And I stream like 4 times a week. So like,
you take naps?
When you said you took a nap before you got on stream, that's my nap. When he goes to sleep at 8 p.m., I put my alarm on. I nap from like 8:30 to about 10:15, and my stream usually starts at like 10:40, 10:45.
Yeah, and, I set up the stream, and then I set an alarm, and I slept like.
Bro, I do the same thing.
40 minutes later than I wanted to. I woke up. It was 10:30. I'm like, shit, I gotta get ready.
Dude, the Yap community know me. I have overslept 3 times. Like, really? Stream is set up, and I'll wake up, and it's midnight, and it was supposed to start at 10:45.
I've done that before, where I'm telling everybody, like, guys, I'm gonna be on at whatever time, and then it's like I don't show up, and then I feel like a fucking dick.
Yeah, it's happened. I try my best to not do that, because it's definitely it sucks. One night it was rough. One night it was the Sean Ryan and Candace interview. We were just doing a little watch party, and that was a disaster. It was supposed to start at like 10 o'clock. I didn't get to the laptop until midnight. And it was, phone was dinging, because also I got, like I just said, baby's gonna be here any day. So everybody's like, bro, is he in the hospital? Like, what just happened? Is he okay? And it was so hilarious, because somebody in the chat was like, I promise you he's probably just asleep, because he's done it before. And yeah, that's definitely what happened. So if I didn't have to wake up early, I would be able to join your after party. But I know my son, he gonna wake up at probably like
It's all right. There's always
6
the next
o'clock,
time.
6:30.
I noticed that Allie Top Files is in the chat. So I'm hoping that her and Chris are going to come for the after party. I am still going to do it. I don't know if it's going to be because normally, especially on Wednesdays, I'll normally do a shorter show. I'll do like 90 minutes live, and then I'll go like 2 or 3 hours and do the after party.
So
And that's
I had
where
the honor of talking to you for 4 hours.
Oh
man.
yeah, I can't remember the last time that I went this long on a public Wednesday night. It's gonna be a long one for me tonight, but
it was an honor.
Luckily,
man.
I got my nap in. Yeah, yo, and it's crazy too, because like you were saying before, oh, we talked behind the scenes, but this was the first time that we actually talked. Like we've DM'd a couple of times, but even that wasn't that much, and it was mostly from like last week, I think, that we actually started going back and forth.
It was just some preliminary stuff.
So this is like our first real like conversation, and everybody's getting to see it live. And I don't know how many people were telling you to make this collab happen, but I had a lot of people DMing me, message me on the Discord, like, yo, when are you gonna work with Jay? When are you gonna work with Jay? And I'm like, yo, like when Jay wants to work with me, like I freaking love the guy, you know, like I love your energy, I love what you're about, you know, and like, you know, anytime, man. Anytime.
Yeah, no, we definitely gonna chop it up again, bro. I for sure enjoyed it. It was expected. I don't know if it was 4 hours expected, but I knew it was gonna go great because I feel the same way. I rock with your content. I definitely joked about your passion before we got on here. I was like, oh, I like that. I don't be sweating like Bays, but I'm gonna definitely get into it. And so I knew we was gonna chop it up good. This definitely is not the last time.
No, 100%, 100%. Yeah, no, this is really good. You wanna tell everybody where to find you?
Yeah, man, it's J the Yapper 1 on X, on TikTok. I got a couple of different platforms, but X and TikTok is J the Yapper 1, and then YouTube is J the Yapper. And then there's another TikTok, but I'm gonna let y'all find that one because that one that one's a little different. I do have 2 separate accounts. Someone already put it in the chat, but I just don't want that. I don't know, man. My TikTok been a little weird. The other one. So, but J the Yapper 1 on X and TikTok, and J the Yapper on here, obviously. I appreciate y'all.
And guys, if you want to follow me, it's at RealBayes on Instagram, TikTok, and X, and obviously here on YouTube. And if you want to become a member, I am going to be doing a members only live after this. I'm hoping to bring a couple people to the stage, and we always have fun conversations. Yo, I'm telling you, you got to come on the members only live sometimes. It's not about the reach, it's about the foundation, because there's less people. You don't expect so many like trolls and whatnot. You could pull more comments up. You know, I know normal, like we're not going to do all that now. We've already been going for 4 hours. You already said, I know you got to wake up, but like, I do more of like what you do on your show, like just pulling up the comments at the end. Like I'll pull them out throughout. People will request clips. I get people that pop up on the stage, and it's like much more intimate and personal. And I get into different things there, and also like try to branch off into other things. And every now and then we troll the X Spaces, which is always fun. Always fun.
Yeah. Oh, you are right about that. A couple of my community say that. I do have a buy me a coffee website. I'm still getting used to throwing that in there. I think that's also J the Yapper 1. A lot of people have been asking how to support Baby Yapper number 2. that is the place. So I definitely appreciate you, and I appreciate everybody in your community for collabing, because it's definitely been long overdue, man, and I enjoyed all 4 hours of it.
All right, let me pull up the rest of these supers now, and then we'll wrap it up. We got Kyle say, ask Bays who he believes killed Charlie. I don't know. I don't know. But when I have a solid theory that's like backed by evidence that I could really, really say, and you know.
Yeah.
Mesh, $2. I'm on the Yap map, sending some love. Great collab. Yo, Mesh is a real one, too.
Let's go.
And so is Tanya. Daily lineup is Coach, Candace, Barron, and Bays. Thank you very much. You gotta make some time for the episodes, though, because I'm telling you, man, like I'm not in Jay's chat for nothing. Like he puts on a great show. We got Kyle. I just yapping with good company. Dude, you're always welcome, even if you think I'm a fed. Don't worry. I don't take offense to these things. Johnny wrote the script and it's messed up now. Who's he talking about? Johnny Moore? Maybe. I don't know.
I think so.
Mesh gifted 1 RealBayes membership. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you support. Grow the community. Get more people on these members only lives. Plus, what people don't realize, when you gift the memberships, they're at random. So you never know if we could catch one of these trolls. Catch somebody trolling on. Like you never know if Paramount Tactical is in there in the chat, not chatting it up, just listening. And boom, you gift them with a membership and we know he's there. Just saying. A-Train, $5. Thank you. Keep diving deep. Great job, guys. Oh, we will. We will. Tornado Alley, member for 2 months. Thank you very much. Coming in hot from Alley Top Files. Checks and balances. Love you for checking yourself. We have to be better than the slop. Absolutely love you, Baze. Thank you very much. Yeah, listen, like I said, I don't, obviously I'd like to be right, but I would rather be honest, and I would rather admit when I'm wrong and people know that about me and keep that level of integrity and credibility than just, I don't know. I'm not that guy. Mad Max Files, love you, brother. Keep speaking truth. Yo, you're going to be speaking some truth in a little bit, because as soon as I'm done with this, I'm going to set up that members only, and I'm sending you guys a link. Tanya gifted a real membership. Who got it? Who got it? All right, Jelly Puffs. Maybe we'll get Gary next time. All right. Anything else you want to do before we wrap this up?
Nah, man. I appreciate you again for I think you ended up reaching out and reminding me, because my community continued to remind me and I kept forgetting. It is hard managing so many platforms. So I appreciate you, man. I really do. It was a great conversation. Definitely.
I appreciate you too. And I look forward to juggling some other personalities in the future as well, because I think that there are a lot of great conversations to be had. I reached out to Didi the other day too. I really, now because he has a much different perspective on this than other people. So, like I said, I did the show with Gary. I got to hear his side. I mean, you guys know all the people that I do shows with, hearing their sides, Allie as well, who I'm hopefully going to be streaming with in a couple minutes. And I want to get a one-on-one, or, maybe a collabo with Didi. I did work with Didi once though. He pulled me and Danks on the stage, and we had a good conversation. But now, after the preliminary hearings, I'm really interested in hearing what he has to say. So
yeah, well, let's do it, because that is another person for me too that my community keep talking about to collab with. So if it's something all three of us can do, that'd be great. If not, then that's fine too, because I definitely got to reach out to him as well and figure something out. So I'm just glad you responded, because I think I hit up Didi like 2 weeks ago.
Go ahead. I responded. I was the one that reached out to you.
Oh. I'm glad I responded and then you responded back, because you did
take a while. Well, I was a lot quicker than the first time I reached out to you.
You are right. I took like a month or two. So you are right.
We made it happen. That's all that matters. We made it happen, and we're gonna make it happen again real soon. Guys, thank you very much. If you haven't already, do me a favor, like the video, share it, subscribe to both of our channels. And to my members there, I will see you guys very, very shortly. Thank you very much. Be kind, be grateful, do something nice for somebody, and I will see you guys soon.